that mic is live. You can just leave it, but just to know that it's live. You don't have to touch anything. You're good to go. Yeah.
How's that look? I mean, it looks great. It's the cover of the Foot Guardian.
Scott, maybe we should just make an announcement that we're going to be like 5 minutes of getting set up. Is that live?
Yeah, it's live.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're just, for those of us that are joining us online as well, we'll be live in a few minutes here. We're just finishing our setup process. For those of you that are here with us in person, welcome. And we have coffee and tea and some muffins set up at the entrance there if you'd like to help yourself before we get started. So hopefully we'll be up here in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. But it won't be broadcast live. cut the hookups, or you can just use the projector.
And like, the idea is for it to be very short. So,
Yeah, because I think like that's other presentations are recorded.
yeah,
So we'll probably run you to 3:30
yeah.
before we're done.
Ready. Yeah, it's just technical parts for, what we have to do in terms of reference for the ATM and type stuff, but it's pretty much. Yeah. We'll figure it out at lunchtime then.
Okay. Okay, it'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, help yourself, Scott, if you want something to eat. Liam, help yourself if you want something to eat. Yeah,
I didn't know we were food and beverage.
yeah. I'm like,
Then they were, where's the cream? I'm like, it's coming. Oh my god.
hopefully there's sugar over there too.
Yeah, there is.
You gotta keep them happy too. Do you want to monitor the email?
Okay, so where does that come in?
So to the Gmail. Scott, did we turn the comments off online? Turn the comments off. So if you go into sign in your Gmail,
So where,
just open up probably another tab. Or you could sign in here, I guess.
Because I think they're off. Matt says they're off.
Okay, no, I don't see it. I just wanted
No,
to
they don't
double
see it.
check.
I was just,
to make
okay,
sure.
perfect. I thought maybe there was, turn them off and sometimes it didn't turn
Yeah.
off.
to be mirroring me? They can send questions if you're watching online. That's the address, horseracingpei@gmail.com. I'll group them together and try to answer as many as I can.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming this morning. We had a great evening last night with some great panelists, and I know everyone enjoyed it. And thank you to the panelists. And I really thought there were some great ideas, and it's neat to know everyone's background and what's driving them. And of course, it's usually the horse that's behind everything. So welcome this morning on behalf of the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. For those of you that are watching online, thank you for tuning in. And there is a website that you can, that's going to flash on the screen a bit, Julie, is it? horseracingpei@gmail.com. If anybody has any questions for the panelists this morning or this afternoon, and as questions as we go, we'll kind of group them up a little bit. But we're going to have a great day. We have educational panel today with this morning with Dr. David Best and Dr. Jen Burns and Dr. Amy Doyle, and the topics are listed on the program there. So it's going to be a really informative morning, and please ask questions. That's what usually will make the presentation, and don't go home with any unanswered questions and wondering what about or what if. So then we'll have lunch, and then this afternoon we have a good program as well, and our executive director here to my left, Julie Jameson, for the Industry Association, is going to just talk about some of the incentives that the breeders have. And then we're going to have a yearling preparation presentation by Dean and Ashley Wilson from Ontario, and then Standardbred Canada, Barb Wilson and Joy Power are going to give a presentation on everything Standardbred Canada, and I think that'll be really informative, so please ask questions there. And then afterwards, we'll finish the day with our PEI Standardbred Breeders Association annual meeting. It'll just be a brief meeting to elect some new director and things like that. So it'll be a fairly a quick meeting there at the end. So without further ado, I think the breeding industry and PEI is certainly at an all-time high. We're racing for great purses, and there's been some adjustments made both in the trot and the pace and the way our stakes are, and I think that's really benefited. And to see the horses, like when you look at the preferred, not only are you see those island bred horses winning the last 5, and by island sired horses and Atlantic fold horses, and you had so much more, and you made in Mapo's Lion, and if you actually look at the future race of Mohawk and Woodbine, it's not just, there's no other Canadian sired or bred horses in that feature of Mohawk, so besides those two. So I think it's, people are starting to notice what we're doing down here, and looking at the incentive programs that we have to bring in better mares, and our stakes program, and the way the offspring. And what came out of last night, I thought it was really neat, and you get people talking about the 4-year-old stake or horses coming out of the sale, what, Ontario sired horses, what more is there for them, and trying to define what we are as a breeding industry. I think as good as things are going, there's always going to be challenges and new initiatives to address. Whether it's and everybody's so important. Whether it's the guy that has one horse and he has a foal born at his place and he takes it up. He's the trainer. He's the driver, and he perhaps wants to have a great spot to race that mare or horse as in their 4-year-old career. And then there's commercial breeders that geez, that horse leaves when after his 3-year-old campaign's done, and it goes on and gets a bunch of money. It adds a lot of value to the pedigree. So it's trying to, and then Red Shores is, they want the horse population, which is really what the breeding industry is all about. So I think there's always moving parts in the breeding industry, and there's always work to do. So without further ado, again, Dr. Dave Best is going to start us off today with the breeding and foaling and preventative measures in the season that's upon us. Welcome, Dave.
that. Does that sound good? You guys hear me pretty well? Okay, perfect. All right. Perfect, there we go. All right. All right, so thank you for the introduction, Bruce. Appreciate it. Like you said, my name is David Best. I'm a large animal vet at the Charlottetown Veterinary Clinic. So like Bruce said, I'll be talking about things that come up during the breeding and foaling seasons. I often go over what's normal first before going over the problems that we run into. I do it this way because I think it's important to refresh our memories since breeding season is quickly approaching. In fact, some mares are already being checked and are cycling. So I've tried to keep my presentation on the practical side of things so that you might use this knowledge to double check or improve your own operations. Really, the goal for all of us is to have healthy mares that produce healthy foals and to minimize the time it takes for us to get a mare in foal. So of course, things can happen along the way, and it's good to be prepared and know when to call your veterinarian. I'll be focusing on the time frame from late pregnancy or the last trimester right through to getting the mare in foal. If you were here last year or saw the recording, the first part of my presentation will be a bit similar, but I'll also be covering foal care, and I'll spend a good part of my time talking about getting the mare in foal. So in each category, I'll go over some of the common calls that I get and what we can do to identify or prevent these problems from occurring. All right, so late pregnancy and foaling. I decided to start here. That's currently where most of you are, with foals soon to be hitting the ground. So it seemed like an appropriate place to begin. Some of you are very excited for foaling, others very nervous or anxious, and this is very normal. So either way, it's always good to have a little refresher before it all begins. All right, let's start with the discussion about exercise in the pregnant mare. Just a note, we often talk about exercise and nutrition together, but nutrition will be covered later by Dr. Jen Burns, so I'll just stick to the exercise side of things. In the first 5 months of gestation, the mare can continue with her normal activity, whether that means racing, riding, or whatever. I know a good veterinarian named Blair Kelly once said that if a mare can fit between the shafts, she can keep racing, so it's probably about right, you know, it's about right on. After 5 months, though, you want to give a mare at least 6 hours of turnout a day. Really, this can help to maintain her body condition and keep her legs from swelling up, so it does make a difference. I realize that conditions aren't always great during our winters, but mares that have been outside consistently get quite good at navigating the ice and remaining safe. Another thing to remember that can be overlooked in the broodmare is to make sure they're still getting their teeth checked at least once a year, and that their feet are still getting trimmed. It's really hard for a mare to maintain her condition if she can't eat well, and leaving her feet too long can lead to suspensory or other issues down the road, so try not to forget. Vaccination of the pregnant mare. That's a common question that comes up in practice. Typically, breeders want to know when it's safe to vaccinate, when it's most effective as far as transfer of immunity to the foal, and what we should be vaccinating for. So typically, the first 2 months of pregnancy are the most fragile for the developing embryo. And vaccination should be avoided during this time unless absolutely necessary. The risk for early embryonic death is greatest at this time, and I try to avoid giving mares any drugs or medication unless I have to. The first vaccination that you'll likely give during pregnancy would be the pneumobort vaccine. Provides immunity against equine herpes virus 1, which of course is known to cause abortions. So I recommend this vaccine for any pregnant mare. The vaccine label advises vaccinating at months 5, 7, and 9 of pregnancy, and for the last several years, many breeding operations have added this vaccine at month 3 as well. Your main vaccinations for PEI include tetanus, influenza, and rhinopneumonitis, or flu rhino. You could also include Eastern and Western equine encephalomyelitis, or EWE, on that list, but the most important ones are flu rhino and tetanus. These vaccines have been around for a long time and are relatively safe. They can be given 3 to 6 weeks prior to foaling to take advantage of the passive transfer of immunity to the foal. Then, of course, strangle is often a hot topic, and I've had a couple breeders ask me if it's safe to give a pregnant mare. the vaccine for it. So my answer is that there's really no information on the label as to the risk to pregnant mares. So I would avoid it if possible. But it really is one of our only defenses against strangles, and some breeding operations actually require the vaccine for any mares entering the population. So you'll really have to decide if the risk is worth it. I've seen some clinics actually recommend it to pregnant mares in higher risk areas, and they usually recommend checking their blood titer levels for the actual strangles bacteria before vaccination to assess for the potential risk for an adverse reaction. Deworming, your mare doesn't really change that much from your typical deworming program. Most commercially made dewormers are safe to use in pregnant mares, but it's also always a good idea to read the label and make sure. If you're concerned about the worm burden of your mare during pregnancy, you can always have a fecal sample tested for a fecal egg count to see if she should be dewormed. I've been asked before about day of foaling deworming. It's pretty common practice. The reason for this is to avoid transmission of a specific worm known as Strongyloides westeri. It's a threadworm. It's typically found in the mare in an inactive larval stage, but then it becomes reactivated right around foaling, and it then migrates to the udder and can get into your foal. So the larvae can be found in the milk as early as 5 days after foaling, and sometimes as late as 45 days after foaling, but the highest concentration is usually days 10 to 14. The problem with the worm is that it causes diarrhea in our young foals, so people often deworm the mare the day of foaling or a few days before to kill the worms so they don't transfer to the foal. If you are going to deworm the mare for this, and I think it's a good idea, you can use wormers with ivermectin or fenbendazole, ideally a week or a few days to a few days before foaling. You can also use a product containing moxidectin, but that's about 4 to 6 weeks before foaling. It's really best to deworm them before they foal instead of the day of, because these products will eventually be broken down and can pass through the milk to the foal, and sometimes they can have adverse reactions. So do it beforehand, at least a few days. And as always, it's best to make sure you use a different product from your last used dewormer to avoid causing resistance to the drug. All right, so even if we do everything right management-wise, some mares like to throw us curveballs. So before we get to the foaling part, let's discuss why a mare might abort and the early signs of abortion and what we can do about it in subsequent pregnancies. So we usually group abortions into infectious and non-infectious categories. The most common cause of the non-infectious abortions would be twins. So twin abortions typically occur late gestation, so around 8 to 9 months. The reason it happens is because the mare's placenta can't actually handle the requirements of the two fetuses. Sometimes you'll actually see milk coming out of the udder in the days before a twin abortion, so this can tip you off that something is wrong. The rates of twin abortion have gone down significantly since we started using our ultrasounds for early pregnancy diagnosis, but it's certainly a higher risk for those of you who don't get their mare scanned. So if you're going to breed your mare without the involvement of a vet, I still think it's well worth your money to do a 14-day post-breeding ultrasound and check for twins. At this time, we should still be able to pinch one of the twins or reduce it in order to avoid a potential disaster down the road. Most of the time, twin pregnancies end up in abortion, but the mare's life is at risk too, as they can have trouble aborting the twins, resulting in a dystocia, which could end up with a surgery or possibly death. So I can't stress enough the importance of your 14-day preg check. Please consider it. The other non-infectious cause of abortion would be umbilical cord abnormalities or other fetal congenital abnormalities, but there's not too much we can do to prevent these, and it's mostly something that we diagnose on a post-mortem exam. Umbilical cord abnormalities are more common in thoroughbreds as well, so luckily we don't see quite as many around here. And the infectious causes of abortion, so they can be a bit scarier. They tend to affect multiple mares or can affect multiple mares on your property. Bacterial placentitis or inflammation of the placenta caused by bacteria. That's one of the most common causes in many areas and often occurs late in gestation. So most of these infections are ascending, so they come from the environment, get into a farm that has pregnant mares on there, should be quarantined for at least a couple weeks really to watch for signs of disease. Make sure to get a thorough history of any new arrivals with information on their vaccination status. Fungal abortions, kind of like bacterial, usually they're ascending. they'll often see some discharge. They may not respond as well to conventional antibiotics, but usually these are identified based on the appearance of the placenta afterwards. So make sure to save any placenta from an aborted fetus so that your vet can examine it for clues as to what caused the abortion. In general, if your mare does abort, you will just want to have your vet out to do an examination of the mare and the aborted fetus as well, so we can try to identify the cause, treat your mare if necessary, and try to prevent more problems in the future. All right, so despite everything that I just mentioned about abortion, most mares make it to term, and in the months leading up to foaling, we should all be well prepared. So a nice foaling stall can be a luxury, but if you can manage it on your farm, it has the benefit of providing a safer space for your mare to foal. You'll want a large stall. I've seen 12 feet by 18 feet be recommended at a minimum. That has more than enough room for a mare to lay down for the foaling process itself. Make sure to have nice fresh bedding, keep things as clean as possible to avoid a large mess once the process begins, and also to reduce the chance that bugs or pathogens will infect the foal or even the mare during the process. So it's actually recommended to have the mare in this stall even 4 to 6 weeks prior to foaling so she can get exposed to any environmental bacteria in the stall so her immune system is well prepared for when she foals out. I know that's not always possible, but if you have the opportunity, then go for it. A foaling kit is something that anyone with a mare due to foal should have on farm. I'll go over some things to include that kit, but the idea is that you have everything you need to keep things clean and potentially assist the mare or the foal if it comes to that. So if you can have multiple people around to help you, then that's great. But if you're a one-person operation, then it's really nice to have everything you need right then and there when the time comes. Appropriate monitoring, that's another important topic. So basically anything that can let you know when your mare is foaling or close to foaling will end up saving you sleep during the foaling season. The length of pregnancy in a mare is usually 335 days, we'd say plus or minus 10 days. It can be longer. It can vary quite a bit, and you can end up watching them very closely for a long time. I remember when I was much younger, we actually used to sleep in the barn overnight when one of our mares was close to foaling. So you can still do that if that's what works for you, but in this day and age, it's not totally necessary. Cameras, they're a good option. They do require you to actively monitor them to catch the early signs, so you may find yourself checking it often during the day and even a few times overnight. I like the foal alert system. It's not cheap, but it's pretty reliable when used properly. For those of you who don't know, the foal alert involves a transmitter that you stitch in place on the mare's vulva. When the mare begins to foal, the vulva spreads open and the transmitter goes off. The receiver is typically located in the barn. You put your cell phone number into that, so whenever the transmitter goes off, you get a phone call telling you that your mare is foaling. So as long as you ensure that the transmitter is working properly and you test it beforehand, it does a pretty good job. So another thing to think about would be a plan for if that foaling goes wrong. Make sure you know the phone number for your veterinarian's clinic and be ready to call sooner rather than later. I'll go over what's normal for a foaling shortly to give you a better idea when something is going wrong. There are situations where a mare is unable to deliver the foal and your vet is unable to successfully get the foal out. So you need to establish beforehand whether or not you can afford to send your mare for an emergency C-section. In PEI, your closest option is, of course, the Atlantic Vet College. And the cost for an uncomplicated emergency C-section is roughly $6,000 to $8,000, and that's not including foal care. So it's nice to know if you can do this beforehand whenever the time comes. So if that's something that you can afford and are willing to do, make sure you have a vehicle and trailer ready for transport of your mare if need be. Having these things prepared and decided beforehand can really be the difference between life and death for both the foal and the mare. So please think about it before the mare is due. All right. I mentioned the foaling kit in the last slide, and it's really a good idea for any mare foal operation to have at least one of these kits around and stocked so you're prepared for that foal to arrive. I've created a list of things I've recommended. I'll just go over them briefly. It's just a guideline, so feel free to add to this list as you see fit. Plastic gloves, of course, useful to keep things clean. Some rectal sleeves would be good if you have to actually assist the mare. Vet wrap for her tail, keep things clean. Your navel dip for the foal. Scissors if you have to cut the cord, and maybe a clamp or a cable tie for the bleeding. Clean bucket with warm water and some mild soap can be used to actually clean off the udder. Just make sure to rinse off that soap really well. Towels or gauze to clean things off. A stopwatch, it's useful for you to start once the water has broken. OB chains with handles or ropes, if you need to assist the mare. Enemas, so an enema is good for a foal, especially a colt, which has a more narrow pelvis, so usually has a higher incidence of meconium impaction. Then some fancier things. So a Brix refractometer, it's a kind of a fancy name for a device that kind of measures the density of a liquid. So it can be used to assess the mare's colostrum. A luxury would be a small oxygen tank. I know that's probably not for everyone, but if the foal appears a bit dummy, or if it was a red bag delivery, then you can start it on some oxygen while you wait for the vet to arrive. I'm sure there's other things I'm missing, but this gives you kind of a good start. All right, now let's talk about the foaling process itself and what to expect. First, I'd like to mention that in the days or weeks leading up to foaling, it's a really nice idea to handle your mare's udder and get her comfortable with that in case you end up having to milk her. I've been in situations where milking a mare is near impossible without sedation, and when the foal needs to nurse every couple of hours, it's really hard to sedate a mare that often. So a little preparation can go a long way, and even in the following years as well. So if you're going to use that foal alert system that I mentioned before, try to apply it about 1 to 2 weeks before foaling. And again, make sure to test it beforehand. Another tip that I've heard is to have an extra magnet taped to the stall door so you can actually replace it in the transmitter as soon as possible. These transmitters have a certain lifespan, and you can actually save time there by getting another magnet in quickly. So about a month before foaling, you'll probably notice some swelling or ventral edema in your mare. The udder will start to develop a little bit more. It starts developing more rapidly about a week or two from foaling. And a few days before foaling, the udder will actually soften and start filling with fluid, usually water to start, and then turning into that nice thick colostrum. Waxing will occur around a day before, and some mares may start to drip colostrum in the hours leading up to foaling. So the first stage would be pre-delivery. So during this stage, the mare may appear mildly colicky. It can last typically 1 to 4 hours. Can be longer. It's kind of variable sometimes, but you may see things like her getting up and down quite a bit, even roll a bit. And it's good to make sure there's some nice deep straw bedding in her stall. During the stage, the foal is actually kind of being flipped into the proper foaling position. So going down and rolling kind of helps to facilitate this a little bit. Stage 2, so this usually lasts about 20 to 30 minutes and starts with the water breaking. So this is the good idea to start that stopwatch that I told you about. Within 5 to 10 minutes, the mare will typically lay down on her side and start straining with some rests in between. You should see the whitish water bag first, and then ideally the front feet with one kind of slightly in front of the other. The legs may protrude and slide back in. Don't try to pull at this point because this is normal and necessary for proper dilation and movement through the birth canal. The head should follow, and then the chest, and then usually it's kind of smooth sailing from there. If that water bag doesn't break open, then you should kind of quietly tear it open and clear it away from the head. Just try to kind of be as quiet as possible. Let the mare foal as naturally as possible, ideally. And then there's stage 3, that's passing of the placenta. This usually happens within the first 3 hours after foaling. Sometimes the placenta can kind of hang down when the mare stands up, and she can actually start kicking at it and can endanger the foal. So if this happens, you can tie it up into kind of knots so that it kind of hangs above the hocks. Don't try pulling it out. This can cause it to tear and leave parts of the placenta actually in the uterus, and that can actually lead to a medical emergency. So don't pull on it. If the mare hasn't passed the placenta after 3 hours, you should let your vet know. After 3 hours, we typically start giving oxytocin injections, and lots of vets do it differently, but a pretty common protocol is about 1 cc of oxytocin, IV or IM every hour until it passes. If it still hasn't passed after 8 hours, then we usually start treating the mare to prevent her from getting sick, and may start to use other methods to get the remaining placenta out. General rules for when to call the vet during foaling. So better early than late. That's kind of the main rule here. Time is of the essence, so if the water has broken and the mare has made no progress in about 10 minutes, or if it has been 30 minutes and your foal still isn't out, then you should let your vet know so we can get ready and get out the door. If you live further away from your vets, then you might want to let us know sooner than that 30 minutes so we have time to get there before it's too late. Only seeing 1 foot, if the feet are upside down, if a nose appears first, or seeing a red bag instead of a whitish one, these are all good reasons to call your vet. For certain situations, we can talk you through it, but otherwise, you can wrap your mare's tail and have a bucket of warm water ready with your foaling kit out for when we get there. All right, so now that you have a nice foal in your hands and hopefully baby and mom are happy and healthy, I'm going to go over what to expect on the first day of the foal's life and in the subsequent months. So I'll also go over kind of one of the most common calls that we get for foals during the foaling season as well. So it's always good to know what is normal for a foal in the first few hours after birth. And it can be pretty chaotic, but one easy thing to remember is the 1, 2, 3 rule. The numbers refer to the hours right after the foal is born. So in the first hour, you want your foal to have stood up. By hour 2, you want your foal to have nursed. And then by hour 3, your foal should have passed its meconium, or its first feces, which are usually black and tarry. So if your foal fails to do these things by their allotted timings, then it would be a good idea to call your vet because they may be showing early signs of disease and actually require intervention. So some examples would be if the foal fails to stand in the first hour, then maybe there are issues with contracted tendons or limb deformities, or maybe the foal is too weak for whatever reason. If they have stood but failed to nurse by the second hour, then maybe there's an issue with the foal's suckle reflex, or maybe it could be a bit dummy, or maybe it's even a problem with the mare's milk letdown or production. If all is good but the foal hasn't passed its meconium by the third hour, then the main worry is that it has a meconium impaction, and they may need an enema. So you can see kind of how the 1, 2, 3 rule is a nice way for early recognition of problems in your foal and is an easy thing to remember, so keep it in mind. Another good idea is to do a nice thorough assessment of your foal shortly after birth, and really doing this once a week is kind of a nice way to make sure that they're healthy and get them used to being handled early on. So for that first assessment, you should wash your hands really well or wear some disposable gloves. You should check kind of each joint to see if there's anything abnormal, heat, swelling, abnormal action of the joint. Check those ribs, especially the ones up front that were under the elbows during foaling. See if any were cracked during the foaling process. It's a good idea to check the suckle reflex. At the same time, you can actually rub your finger along the roof of the mouth and check for a cleft palate. So you should check the umbilicus, see if it's infected, swollen, wet, whatever. And this is actually a good time to dip it too. So for a navel dip, we like 0.5% chlorhexidine solution, but most people get along just fine with your betadine solution, which is, I think it's a 10% povidone iodine, or you could use a dilute like 1% iodine as well. So this should be done about 3 to 4 times within the first 24 hours, then once or twice a day after that for at least a few days. After a few days, the umbilicus should dry out pretty well, and then it usually falls off on its own. It can take about 5 or 6 weeks after that even, but any swelling or discharge from the umbilicus could be a sign of infection or that there's a hernia, so you should really call your vet to investigate. Always be careful when doing your newborn assessments that you don't get between the mare and foal. Sometimes you can get an aggressive mare and it's quite dangerous, so just be careful out there. And one of the big reasons why we want to make sure that the foal has a good suckle and is nursing is not only so that they get good nutrition, but to ensure that they got a good amount of colostrum. So as many of you know, colostrum is the mare's first milk. It's loaded with antibodies and other goodies that help boost the foal's immune system, and it's vital for the foal's survival. So foals are born with little to no immunity to the bugs that they are exposed to early on. So without colostrum, they're at a very high risk of becoming sick and even potentially dying. So it's quite important. It's good to keep in mind as well the normal behavior of a foal. Usually they wake up, get up, maybe have a pee or nurse, play around, explore, maybe poop, and then another drink, then back down for a nap. So the process generally repeats itself every couple hours. There's going to be variation between foals, but in general, this is what you should see with a healthy foal. And if you notice that they aren't doing things like urinating or defecating between their naps, then there could be an issue and you want to check it out and investigate further. All right, so Foals that don't get enough quality colostrum, they can run into a problem that we call failure of passive transfer. This can happen for a number of reasons. It could be a problem with the foal or the mare. It can leave your foal vulnerable to disease, so it's important to get them assessed by your vet if you think that this is an issue. It's important to watch your foal closely when it nurses for the first time. Sometimes they can look or sound like they're nursing well, but then you look closely, you may find that they're nursing kind of around the teat instead of actually on it, or that they don't have a good latch. Sometimes you kind of want to make sure that the foal is nicely on the teat with its tongue cupping it, and you want to hear that suckling action. Often you'll see the tail flying around as well. Some foals actually need to be directed onto it. Ideally, you kind of give them a chance to find it themselves, though. Premature foals or weak foals, they might need a little extra assistance from you, so do whatever you can to make sure that they get as much of that colostrum as possible. Then sometimes the mare is the cause for failure of passive transfer, so there are ways for you to recognize this early on. Some mares will begin lactating prematurely, and you'll see them streaming out milk constantly in the hours leading to foaling. They can actually lose a significant amount of colostrum this way, so identifying this problem beforehand can kind of help you prepare for the possibility of FPT. Mares sometimes don't produce enough colostrum, say if they were sick before foaling or if they had a difficult foaling, if they have placentitis like we mentioned before, and also poor production is more common in maiden mares as well, so keep that in mind. An aggressive mare, they may make it difficult for the foal to nurse properly, so it could be the cause of your foal not getting a lot of colostrum. So keep these things in mind, watch out for them. The quality of the colostrum actually is quite important as well. So it should be nice and thick, should be yellow, should be sticky. If your mare's colostrum is kind of watery or white, then it may not have enough substance to pass adequate immunity onto your foal. You might be able to observe the colostrum yourself, but if you have multiple mares foaling out, then you may want to invest in one of those Brix refractometers that I mentioned. It's a little small handheld device where you put a few drops of colostrum on the glass surface. Then you look through an eyepiece kind of towards the light, and it shows you the density of the colostrum, gives you an idea about its quality. So if you have any doubts about your foal receiving adequate colostrum, then it would be a good idea to have them tested for their IgG levels. IgG is immunoglobulin G. Its presence in the foal blood is our indication of whether or not they have received enough maternal antibodies to have a strong immune system. The test involves us taking a small amount of blood, running it through a machine that gives us the amount of IgG in the blood sample. And from there, we know if your foal needs more colostrum or a plasma transfusion or if they are protected. The best time to test IgG levels would be when the foal is around 8 to 12 hours old. We want to test this early because at this time, if the foal has low levels, we can still give them colostra with a bottle or a nasogastric tube. And if the foal can still absorb the colostrum well at that time, you know, that's kind of the ideal time period. But after about 16 hours old, the foal's ability to absorb IgG from colostrum declines greatly. And really by 24 hours, your only option if your foal has FPT is to give plasma intravenously. It's much more costly and really should be administered by a veterinarian. So, all right, let's move on here. So I get a lot of questions about deworming and vaccinating foals and what you can do with them early on, so let's go over that quickly. Foals should be dewormed every 2 months for the first year of their life. We typically prefer a product with fenbendazole or pyrental over ivermectin, as there's generally more resistance towards ivermectin in our worm populations. Some options include Safeguard or Panicure, which has fenbendazole as the active ingredient, or Strongid for your pyrental option. Moxidectin products like Quest shouldn't be used in foals less than 4 months, and praziquantel products like Equiland or Quest Plus shouldn't be used in foals under 6 months of age. After weaning, you can deworm them every 3 to 4 months until they are a year and a half old, and then you can put them on the same schedule as your adult horses. If your mare was properly vaccinated and your foal received adequate colostrum, then the immunity passed on by the mare can protect your foal for around 5 months. So after this, so maybe 5 to 6 months old, you can start your foals on their primary course of vaccines. So for PEI, like we talked about, that's flu, rhino, tetanus. You'll have to do a booster 3 to 4 weeks after the first shots to provide the best immunity for your foals. For exercise, the less time they spend in the stall, the better. So this is why having foals early in the year around here can be a bit difficult, since our weather isn't the greatest from January to March or even later, right? So ideally, try not to have them confined to a stall for more than 10 hours a day. Giving your foals appropriate time to run around will help them to develop into a sounder horse later on. And don't forget to keep assessing your foals, ideally once a week. If you're not going to handle them, at least watch them closely for any signs of disease. But ideally, you will handle them and get them used to you checking their joints, umbilicus, and feet for any potential problems. This kind of handling can go a long way, especially when they become larger and realize that they're stronger than you. So do what you can there. All right, so now your mare's foaled, or you have an open mare that's showing signs of heat, and you're ready to breed. So I'll start with the basics of the mare's heat cycle and then how we manipulate it to our advantage. And I'll talk about foal heat breeding, types of semen, and what we can do about a mare that just won't catch. So to start, I'll kind of briefly go over what's normal for a mare so that we can kind of better understand what's abnormal. Mares are long day breeders, so they begin cycling when the days grow longer and they're being exposed to more and more sunlight. During the winter months, mares are in anestrus, so they're not actively cycling. Once things start to warm up and the days lengthen, mares go into a transitional phase where the cycles are pretty irregular. They'll start to grow some follicles, but sometimes they don't ovulate and the uterine edema is minimal. So this phase can be kind of tricky. This is when we often start scanning them, and sometimes it's kind of hard to tell if they're actually cycling properly, but the only way to know for sure is if we see that CL on the ultrasound. So once a mare is done transitioning, we start getting into our regular estrus cycles. So the equine estrus cycle it's 21 days long from one ovulation to the next. Has two main stages. So we got estrus, or the follicular stage. That's when you get that dominant follicle forming, which holds the egg that we hopefully will fertilize. We measure the diameter of these follicles in millimeters and using our ultrasounds, and I'm sure many of you know that. This really helps to tell us when to breed the mare. This stage lasts about 5 days on average. During this time, the mare is more receptive towards a stallion and is showing signs of heat. This phase ends with ovulation, where the follicle ruptures, the egg is released, and makes its way down to the oviduct and eventually into the uterus. So the next stage would be diestrus, or the luteal phase. You may have heard of this before, but it's when the corpus luteum, or the CL, forms, right? From the ruptured follicle, it starts secreting progesterone. So that's the hormone that maintains pregnancy. This stage lasts about 16 days and ends if the egg has not been fertilized and the body destroys that CL. The destruction of the CL stops its production of progesterone. This ushers in the next estrus phase, where we get a new dominant follicle starting to form. If the egg becomes fertilized, then that CL won't be destroyed and will maintain the pregnancy for a time. But if the mare doesn't get pregnant, then the cycle begins again. And if they remain open and we stop trying to breed them, eventually they'll transition back into anestrus when the days get shorter and they're exposed to less sunlight. So that's kind of how it works. That's our quick version of the estrus cycle. Most of you know that it's not always that perfect. Things can happen that throw us off, but there are ways we can actually manipulate things to give us the advantage. So one of the earliest ways that we can manipulate the cycle is to have it happen earlier in the year so we can get a jump on the breeding season. To do this, we can use artificial lighting to almost trick the mare's brain into thinking that the days are longer, so she begins to cycle. Generally, you should start using an artificial light program about 8 to 10 weeks before you'd like your mare to start cycling. So if you want your mare cycling by, say, mid-February, you should start lights by December 1st. The amount of light exposure you want for your mares is about 16 hours a day. So if they're outside, then you have to make sure to bring them inside under the lights before it gets dark. The intensity of light matters quite a bit. You'll see references to the number of foot candles of light. It's actually, I guess it's 1 lumen per square foot, but basically just a 200-watt incandescent bulb or 2 40-watt fluorescent bulbs no further than 8 feet away is enough to light your average horse stall. Make sure the entire stall is covered. You don't want any dark corners. They used to say that you should easily be able to read a newspaper in any part of the stall as kind of a measure there. Mares who foal early in the year should also be put under lights so that they don't transition back into that fall, winter anestrus after the full heat. One other option that I found for artificial light would be the blue light therapy. Usually comes in a mask that you put on your mares. It appears to be quite effective in advancing the breeding season. I just looked at some prices briefly online. It looks like they go for somewhere between $600 and $1,000 American. So keep in mind, if you're going to use these things and start the breeding season earlier in the year, you know, it does sound appealing, but if you don't have a spot where your early foals can get out and run around without freezing, they'll end up spending too much time in the stall in their first couple months of life. So we can also manipulate the estrus cycle itself by using certain drugs. So Lutalize, one of the drugs that many of you may be familiar with, we typically use it to bring your mares back into heat or short cycle them if they didn't get into foal, or we missed their ovulation and they didn't get bred on time, something like that. So what Lutalize actually does is it breaks down that CL that formed after your mare ovulated, and that CL becomes susceptible to Lutalize about 5 days after ovulation. So we can't just give it right away or else it'll be ineffective. After Lutalize is given, the mare typically comes back in heat about 2 to 4 days later. Mares will often get diarrhea, act colicky, start sweating about 5 to 15 minutes after giving this drug. So it's pretty potent. So be careful. Make sure not to handle it, especially if you happen to be pregnant or something like that. It's a pretty powerful drug. Estromate is in the same family of drug as Lutalize. I'm pretty sure some people use it in mares, but I looked at it. It's only labeled in cattle, I think, at least. So I typically don't use it. I think a lot of people do. I stick to Lutalize. Another drug we often use to manipulate the cycle is deslorelin. This is probably my favorite. Deslorelin, it's an ovulatory agent. We use it to get your mares to ovulate at a fairly regular time after we inject it. So there are requirements for the drug to be effective. Typically, we like a follicle that's greater than 35 millimeters and some good uterine edema before we give the drug. This really helps us narrow down the time for when to breed your mare. So it can be a big time saver during the breeding season and gives us a better chance of breeding your mare at the best time. So while I do like deslorelin, I've certainly had the odd mare that didn't respond to it. So I typically will use Coriolon the next time. Coriolon's the brand name for the hormone that is actually human chorionic gonadotropin, but it's similar to deslorelin in that we use it to get your mares to ovulate when the conditions are right. I believe Coriolon is usually causes the mare to ovulate around 44 hours after administration of the drug, so it's again a very useful tool to narrow down when to breed your mare more effectively. All right, next topic, that'd be foal heat. So foal heat, I get a ton of questions about this every year, so let's get into it. Just a reminder, foal heat is the first heat after a mare gives birth. Mare usually comes into heat about 6 to 8 days after foaling, can actually ovulate as early as 7 days, as late as 15 days. I've certainly heard of mares ovulating later than that on foal heat, but let's just go to 7 to 15 days. So it's quite a range actually for your mare to ovulate. So this can actually lead to multiple breedings at the wrong time. So some breeders definitely struggle with full heat breeding, and some choose to actually skip this cycle and wait for the next before they start breeding their mares. But in general, mares that ovulate at 10 days or later have higher rates of conception versus mares that ovulate on day 9 or sooner. So this is because there's a lot going on in the uterus in the week following foaling. The uterus is still getting rid of various debris from foaling. It's returning to its normal size. There's typically some kind of inflammation going on. So the uterus needs time to return to normal, and it may not be ready to be bred if ovulation occurs on day 9 or earlier. Getting your mare and foal outside and letting them exercise, especially your mare, may help to facilitate her uterus returning to normal. So make sure they don't stay cooped up in a stall for too long after foaling. One way to potentially optimize full heat breeding would be to have your mare checked at day 8, see where she's at in her cycle, how close she may be to ovulation. So if she's ovulated or looks like she's about to, maybe just hold off on full heat breeding. If she looks like it'll be a few more days, then have her scanned again in a couple days and consider breeding her. So that's just one option for you. One last thing, if your mare had any problems of foaling, like a dystocia, red bag, retained placenta, then it's really not recommended to breed your foal in full heat. Just give them some time to recover. All right, let's talk about semen. There's a lot of factors that you as breeders think about when choosing a stallion to breed to. No matter what your choice, let's talk about the pros and cons of artificial insemination using fresh, chilled, or frozen semen, and what's typically included in the box of semen that you get. So keep in mind, the quality of semen is usually stallion dependent, so different stallions will have different pregnancy rates, but pregnancy rates also depend on the mare and her reproductive capabilities. So just kind of consider everything as a whole when you're deciding which stallion to breed to. Fresh semen generally provides the highest conception rates. Some seasoned breeding operations quote about an 87% conception rate. It should ideally be used within 3 hours of collection from the stallion. Obviously, this is location dependent, so this limits your choices when choosing a stallion. Chilled semen is typically processed, put into a breeding syringe at the appropriate dose required for one breeding, and then packaged in a shipping container like the one you see on the screen there. And it does provide better conception rates compared to frozen, but a little less than fresh semen. So some operations will show about maybe an 82% conception rate. It can be packaged and ideally sent via overnight courier, so it has the advantage of widening your choice of stallions. Frozen semen is processed and put into individual straws. Usually comes with instructions on how many straws to breed your mare with for an appropriate dose of semen. So frozen semen has the lowest conception rates of the three, with some operations quoting around a 78% conception rate. Frozen semen has to be stored in a liquid nitrogen tank at all times until thawing. Even kind of exposure to environmental temperatures for several seconds can actually damage the sperm within. So the advantage is that it can be stored in this liquid nitrogen container for decades and still be used for breeding. So your choice of stallion can potentially be worldwide with those options. So just remember, all these conception rates I've mentioned here all depend on many things and not solely on the stallion. So these rates can vary greatly, but this gives you kind of a general idea of the difference between the types of semen that you can use. Typically in the standardbred world, we're using fresh or chilled. People often have questions about what you get in the box of semen. So you'll open the box like the one on my slide there. You'll have a styrofoam container within. Under the lids, you'll have a little coal pack, and beneath that will be like a thin piece of styrofoam, and underneath that would be your doses of semen. So sometimes the semen will come with instructions or a form showing the stats of it. Sometimes there'll be a number on the syringe. Usually that's progressive motility of the sperm when it was collected. So good quality semen has about 70% or above progressive motility, meaning that 70% of the sperm in that semen are moving in a normal productive manner. So this is one of the qualities that we look for to determine if the semen is good or not. Sometimes the box can have an extra dose of semen. Some people think that using both at the same time would give you the best chance for conception, but that's typically not the case. I normally wouldn't put both doses in at once because if you happen to scan that mare again in a couple days and she hasn't ovulated, then it's a good time to use that second dose at that time instead. If you're not ultrasounding your mare, then you could use the second dose even the next day to potentially maximize your chances of catching that mare at the right time. But it's also possible to put too much semen in a mare at once and cause a post-breeding reaction in which the mare's uterus can become inflamed and actually end up lowering your chance of conception. So just use one dose to begin with and the next if necessary. All right, so last but certainly not least, let's talk about the mares that just won't want to catch. There's many causes for a mare failing to conceive, and I've listed several here, including the accumulation of uterine fluids, inflamed uterus, post-breeding reactions. Sometimes the stallion semen is incompatible with the mare, depending on the type of semen or even genetically. There can be abnormalities in the mare's uterus, like a cyst or a damaged cervix, or maybe your mare has a uterine infection. So one important thing I forgot to include on the list would be age-related changes that can lower your chances of conception. These aren't all the reasons the mare might not catch, but it gives you an idea that more often than not, it's often a mare problem we're talking about. And while there are situations where it can be a stallion issue, I think it's very easy for the mare's owner to kind of blame the stallion where it's often the mare's issue. So just keep that in mind. The majority of the time, I've actually found that it comes down to the mare and her ability to clear fluid from her uterus, but that's just my experience so far. I always think that it's a good idea to get a diagnosis as to why a mare may not be conceiving, so you know what you're dealing with and what you can actually do about it. So if a mare didn't catch the previous year, then I'd like to start the next breeding season off with a thorough repro exam during the first good heat and take a uterine culture to see if there's any contamination of the uterus before we try to breed her. A reproductive exam includes an external exam, so you look at her conformation, rectal palpation, ultrasound, a vaginal exam, and potentially we pass a speculum and look at the cervix as well. So it helps us to give a good idea of what's going on, and if we actually need to go further and do something like a biopsy, to see if she has a good chance of getting pregnant and maintaining it as well. So. Our treatment of the mare will be based on what we find or suspect during that repro exam, or even during our routine scans. So, for example, if your mare is getting post-breeding reactions, then maybe we want to do some uterine flushes to help get rid of that fluid. If we have a positive culture during a swab, then we will likely do a uterine infusion with an antibiotic to eliminate the bacteria. If we see that your mare has a poor perineal conformation, we usually, that usually means a sunken anus with the top of the vulva kind of tipped forward. We usually do a Caslix procedure on them, so the mare's reproductive tract doesn't get kind of contaminated by feces. The repeat breeder can be a very frustrating thing, especially when we get towards July and we haven't had any luck yet, but work with your veterinarian to figure out the cause and give your mare the best chance of getting in foal. All right, so that concludes my presentation. I know we went over a lot of topics. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, but for those of you that have questions that we don't have time for, or if you don't want to say them out loud, please just come see me after and I'll give you my email and we can kind of ask away. So thanks for listening, folks. Enjoy the rest of the presentations this morning.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yes.
And maybe the audience would like to know the cause of a dummy foal and the
Madigan squeeze is what you're talking about. So the question is, I mentioned dummy foals earlier in my presentation. So the question is kind of what is a dummy foal and why it happens, and about the Madigan squeeze. So dummy foals can happen for a number of reasons, but usually it's because the foal doesn't get enough oxygen kind of during the foaling process. Oxygen levels drop too low, and you'll kind of see they probably don't get up quickly. They look just quite off to you. In some more serious cases, they don't get up at all. You'll see kind of the classic look I find is the ears kind of go out sideways more or less, and they typically struggle with everything, whether it's getting up, nursing. They often can't find the teat or something like that, or can't nurse properly. Some of them can be very sickly as well. So sometimes what we do is the Madigan squeeze. So that's where we use ropes, put them on the foal a certain way, and basically we keep things very quiet, lower the lights, all that kind of stuff, and actually squeeze the foal to imitate the foaling process once again, and try to more or less trick their brain into thinking everything's normal. And sometimes when it works, they actually come out of being a dummy, and you have a nice, great foal in your hands. So I haven't done it myself yet in my career, but I've certainly heard of it being done on PEI successfully, and it's a pretty amazing thing when it actually works.
Yeah, I've seen it done, and
Yeah.
it is amazing. I
Yeah.
mean, the foal goes down, and it'll start to snore, and it'll be there for 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah.
My experience with it is the foal will go to the corner of the stall and start to try to nurse in the corner of the stall.
Yeah.
And it will get up. But then eventually, after 15 minutes, your father did it. I've seen it a couple of times.
Yeah.
And it's amazing
Yeah.
how it works. I know the college had to do it with, not mine, but a guy that comes and helps me, his foal last
Okay.
year, a couple of
Yeah.
times. I'm wondering if it's a rumor or not that pulling the foal out, helping the mare too soon, and when you mentioned the legs come out and go back in,
Yeah.
if you force the foal out and it doesn't go through, it doesn't have the pressure on it coming through
Yep.
the birth canal,
Yeah.
if that would be another reason.
Certainly, it's possible. Like I said, we do like kind of squeeze them, right? So if they miss that natural process, if you're too gung-ho about it, then yeah, you're right, that could possibly cause it, but,
Just something that many people probably haven't seen it, but
No.
if you have a lot of foals being born, you'll probably eventually see that.
that's
sometime.
right, yeah. I'll look it up. It's very interesting actually to see, so, yeah.
You can go on YouTube and see how it's done.
Yeah,
And it's kind of amazing, and the foal just goes down and goes to sleep, so.
yeah. No, absolutely.
Anybody else?
Okay, one sec.
Just for the online, hang on one sec.
Volume of colostrum for a foal.
Yeah, the minimal volume you want to give is about 500 mils of good quality colostrum. Usually in the first 8 hours or so, that foal will nurse several times and get up to even 1.5 to 2 liters normally. But as long as you get 500 mils of good quality colostrum in early on, that should set you up for decent immunity.
Anybody else? Just one sec, I'm going to come over with the mic.
That's all right.
That's just for the online, if they can hear.
My question is about scanning a mare for pregnancy and gender of the foal.
Yeah, yes, you can do that. It's not something that I normally do. I haven't really done a lot of sexing like that, but it can certainly be done. I just haven't done it myself, really, so.
4
Yeah.
months detection is
Martha,
available.
what do you usually do for that?
60 or 70 days.
Yeah.
Sorry. Around 2 months is a good time to do it. You can also do it later on through a belly ultrasound. That would be after 5 months. that
That's
you would
right,
do that.
yeah. So that's kind of what you're looking for. There you go.
Anybody else? I think we're good.
Perfect. Thank you, folks.
Well, thank you, Davey. It was very informative. There was a lot of information there, and just so everybody knows, like these will go on to the to our website, Julie? On might be the first of the week probably before we. Yeah, underneath the Breeders' Corner there on the PEI Industry Association, and I know one thing that was kind of neat that I know Blaine and I have talked about, and you get this mare, and you're trying to get this great colostrum into the foal, and you don't have any banked, and it's like, okay, what do you want to do with it? You want to keep the keep the mare getting as much, the foal getting as much of that good colostrum as you can, or do you want to take a couple bottles and get them in your freezer? And I know after Fiona, even at our farm, we lost all of that, so with no power. So make sure you have a good bank of colostrum, and it is always a hard decision whether to let the foal have it all or to grab a couple bottles when you can. So thank you, Davey, and again, there's a lot of information there, and if you think of any other questions, then certainly we'll entertain them. So next up is Dr. Jen Burns from the AVC. She's going to talk about optimizing broodmare nutrition. Welcome, Dr. Burns.
Not quite as tall. All right, good morning, everybody. It's nice to see so many familiar faces today. I'd like to thank the Breeders Association for asking me here today to speak. I will say that maybe when they asked about the topic of nutrition, I was a little apprehensive. It's a pretty big topic, and it's certainly not always maybe the most interesting topic, because we can go on for hours with numbers and percentages, but I tried to really condense it down today into what I think is really important that we need to think about for our brood mares, and why that's important really in particular. Didn't introduce myself, sorry, but you already did for me, so that should be fine. Is the volume okay? Okay. Now, we know when we work to try and make any successful breeding program, there's a lot of things that can go into that. Some of them are in our control, some of them are out of our control, but one that we can really try to work on is our nutritional plan for that mare. When we breed our horses, obviously we're putting a lot of time and energy and money and sometimes grief into it. So we want to do everything we can to optimize a successful outcome. What I'm going to talk about today in terms of our nutritional plan for these brood mares is understanding their body condition score and how that relates to increased reproductive efficiency, the different energy requirements that they're going to have throughout their pregnancy and lactation. These can vary pretty significantly. And then also what vitamin mineral supplementation is really important for brood mares in particular. When we talk about body condition score, the reason we like to do this is it typically gives us an objective system where we put a numeric value to that horse's fat stores. When these are done correctly, most of the time this is independent of the horse's breed, their height, their conformation, things like that. So we can use it over a wide range from minis to drafts and kind of everything in between. Now, the one we use most commonly for horses is the Hennicky body condition score. This is a 1 to 9 scale, with 1 is that horse is completely emaciated, and 9 being that the horse is, morbidly obese. For the Hennicky condition score, we look at 6 areas along the horse's body: their neck, their withers, their ribs, across the back, the tail head, and then behind the shoulder. Now, yes, this is just an example of it. You can't read everything on it. I'm sorry about that. But if you ever want to get one, you can print them off online everywhere on, just Google it. But what we do for it is for each of those 6 places we talked about, we give them a value from 1 to 9 based on certain criteria of how much fat stores are there. And the reason we like doing this is because we found that the Hennicky system really correlates to that horse's energy balance. Now, yes, that is kind of intuitive, right? If the horse is fat, it's probably in a positive energy balance, meaning it's taking in more energy than it's actually expending, and so it's putting on some fat stores. Conversely, if the horse is thin, yes, it makes sense that it's probably in a negative energy balance, meaning that it's not taking in enough nutrients. But the reason we like having a universal system is for a couple reasons. Number one, sometimes there's some abnormalities with our horses, like they might have a big hay belly, they might have swaybacks, where it's a little harder to assess maybe, what their body condition is. The other thing is that when we see our horses every day, sometimes it's harder to get that good understanding of if they've been putting on weight or losing weight. So conditioning them, once a month or every 2 months is a good way to make sure we're staying on track. Now, our typical middle of the scale horse is going to be a 5 on that Hennicky body condition score. Our athletic horses, we keep them usually between, our standardbreds, between a 4.5 and 5.5. We don't usually go above that. But our brood mares, we're going to want them to be a little higher on that scale, and we'll talk about why in a minute. Your typical 5, it's going to have a nice flat back. You're not going to be able to see the ribs on a 5. You can feel them very easily, though. There's not going to be a lot of fat over them. They have a nice smooth neck that just goes into the shoulder. You can't see the tops of their spine. You don't see those little knobs of the spinous processes. And there's going to be just a minimal fat pad around that tail head. When we start going higher than that, so when we're saying that we want our broodmares around a 6 or 7, that's when you start seeing a little more, like they might start having a negative crease in their back, they might have some fat pads on their neck or over the withers, making them a little more rounded, and the ribs are going to get a little harder to feel. Now, I put this up because body condition, obviously it's affected by nutrition, but it's affected by a whole lot of different things. Work activities is going to be a big one. When we're talking about that for our standardbred broodmares, I mean, most of these girls, they're in their second career. They're not racing anymore, so it's not as big of a factor for us in terms of broodmares. But everything else, your feed availability, what's the weather, and then dental and health problems. Now, I put this picture up just as a good example. Dr. Best already mentioned it, but broodmares still do need their teeth done. They need at least an annual dental exam, potentially a float with it. So this mare, middle-aged broodmare, she's always been an easy keeper, out with about 3 or 4 other horses in paddock on free choice hay, and was always just, you know, minimal problems. One year, though, the owner noticed that over a period of about a month, she drastically started losing weight. We did an exam of her, which included an oral exam, and she actually had a fractured tooth there where that gap is now located. But you can see in her cheek, the lateral part of the fracture actually deviated out to the cheek and ulcerated her so significantly it almost went through the cheek. So for her, it was easier to not eat than deal with the pain of this while trying to eat. We were able to remove the fragment, you know, heal up that ulcer, and she was absolutely fine. But this is just an example of why our broodmares still need dental care. As Dr. Best said, there's no problem sedating these mares. We just try not to do it in the first or last 60 days. But any other time, I have no problem sedating a mare to do a dental on her. I also like to put this slide up just because body condition is not affected by age. Just because a horse is old is not a reason for it to be thin. So if you have an older mare that is on the leaner side, then we need to figure out why that is. Is she not maybe absorbing her nutrients as well? Is she not chewing as well? There's usually a reason. It's not just an age thing. All right. Why did I talk about 5 slides on body condition? Well, a lot of research has gone into how we optimize broodmare reproductive efficiency. And they found that if we keep our broodmares at a 6 or 7 on that body condition scale, number one, these mares are going to cycle earlier in the year for you, which most people want. They're going to have fewer cycles until they get pregnant, and they're going to have a higher overall pregnancy rate. So if we look at the chart on the bottom, if you have a horse with a body condition of 5 or less, that mare is going to take twice as long to get pregnant. She's also going to have a lower overall conception rate in the 70s versus if you keep them at a 5 or above, they're going to have a conception rate usually in the 90s. So keeping them in what they call a fleshy condition is more ideal for your broodmare. They also found that if your mare's at a 4, so if you can see those ribs and she's pretty lean, she's going to have a much higher incidence of early embryonic loss. So loss of that embryo in the first 60 days or so. Plus, we want to keep their condition up because as they enter into lactation, the energy demands on that mare are going to be incredibly high. Now, during the spring, like as we're entering into the breeding season, some of our mares will come into the breeding season at a lower condition than maybe is what ideal. And that might be because they're just coming off their careers racing, hard winter, you know, they have a foal at their side that's drinking all their milk every day, which takes a lot of their energy. Whatever it is, we want to make sure that we start trying to increase that broodmare's nutrition. Now, for a mare to gain 1 pound, she needs to take in an extra 10,000 calories above her normal diet. To gain 1 increment in a body condition, she actually has to put on 45 pounds, so 450,000 extra calories into her diet. If we try to figure out what that is in terms of oats, that's just over 280 extra pounds of oats on top of whatever it is that she's eating. Now, because we know horses have a pretty finicky GI system, we recommend we do that pretty slowly, right? We don't want to try and maybe increase a body condition by more than, you know, under a month's time. We want to at least give them 30 to 60 days. And that's kind of what this chart in the bottom says. Like, if you have 2 months, you want to increase your body condition by 1, you're going to have to give 4.5 pounds extra of grain a day to get that 0.75 pounds on. So just remember, it's a slow process. But it's worth it because it will increase your reproductive efficiency. So the things that affect nutrition, we talked about body condition. We said that in these broodmares, most of the time, her exercise or activity requirements aren't maybe the biggest thing that we're worried about. There are still some mares that are still racing, but not quite as many as we would think. and then her age or her stage of gestation. That's going to play a big role in what we're going to feed this mare. Now, we know the average length of gestation for your brood mare is probably around 342 days or so, or just over 11 months. During that time, your mare is going to gain 14% of her body weight. But really interestingly, the majority of that's not going to be until the last 3 months. So if we look at the chart here, on the bottom is months of gestation, on the left is fetal weight, and from 0 to 8 months, there's very little fetal growth. They grow at a rate of about 0.2 pounds a day, which is not much. Because they're growing so slowly, their nutrient demands on that mare are pretty low. So she's, in those first 8 months, isn't going to need a lot of extra nutrition. But after 8 months, we have this just exponential increase where the foal and the mare growth is just going to be rapidly increasing. Because of this, we typically talk about nutrition in stages. So early gestation, months 1 to 8, is going to be our first one. Late gestation, which is months 9 to 11, and then lactation, which can also be broken down into early or late lactation. Regardless of which stage she's in, we're going to focus on a few important nutrients for the broodmare. So today we're going to talk about protein requirements, calcium and phosphorus and why those are so important and in what ratio we need them to be, selenium, important for every horse, and then trace minerals because they can play a big role in that fetal development. Now this is the nutritional components for various feeds that we commonly feed our horses around here. This data is from Western Canada because I couldn't find any of the same kind of data for Atlantic Canada. And while yes, geography and climate and feed type and things will play a bit of a difference, the overall trend in the nutrients is kind of more what I want us to focus on today. So if we look at our legume hay, that's like our alfalfa hay. This is usually really high energy. It's got a lot of protein and it's got a high amount of calcium. Because it's so high energy, we usually don't feed it to horses straight as a hay by itself. We'll mix it with a grass hay where we have more dry matter and more fiber. When you get these mixed legume to grass hay ratios, though, you don't always know exactly, the components of your hay. So what is the protein? What is the calcium? Things like that. So I would like to say that here in PEI, we do have the analytics laboratory where you can take a forage sample in. Between $10 and $40, they'll give you a complete readout of your forage. It tells you your protein, your dry matter, all your minerals, nutrients, everything like that that we might want to know. So if you're unsure kind of what is in your hay, then it might be a good option for you. You can use that then to kind of decide what your broodmare might need on top of that hay. The only other thing I'd like to say about this chart is if we look at the bottom one, oats is listed on the bottom. And here in PEI, people still really commonly feed oats as their main source of grain. And that's absolutely no problem, except for the one thing we always have to remember when we feed oats is that it's going to have a much higher phosphorus content than it does calcium. And that is going to play a role in how we're going to have to supplement that mare later on because we have to reverse that. We always need a higher calcium than phosphorus. So like I said, protein is going to be pretty much one of the most important things you need to think about in terms of your broodmare's nutrition. Protein is used for a number of functions in the body. It's required for the production of hormones and enzymes, transport of nutrients through the body, the mare and foal's immune function development, and of course muscle and soft tissue growth. Now protein requirements in the early stage are just going to be like kind of any horse at maintenance. It's pretty basic, 8 to 10% protein diet is all you need. But every stage, we're going to move up by about 20% in our protein requirements. So we're going to need to think of that more when we're in late gestation and especially in early lactation. Vitamin A is one that people don't maybe think about quite enough with broodmare nutrition. Vitamin A is very important for mare health. So it's required for production of a normal uterine lining in that mare. It's also really important for the early embryonic development and then in late gestation for that proper foal growth. Vitamin A requirements are probably going to double about as we go through. So usually we need about 60 international units per kg by late gestation, which is about 27,000 international units per day for that mare. The problem with vitamin A, typically we get vitamin A from fresh green pasture, which obviously we don't have here year-round. So they're not able to use that as a source for vitamin A year-round. The other issue is vitamin A is not a stable vitamin, meaning that the vitamin A in our hay, once the hay is cut and stored, the amount decreases pretty drastically. So we have to supplement vitamin A into this broodmare's diet. Now, I said before, calcium and phosphorus are going to be really important when we think about our nutrition. The reason for this, these are the two biggest minerals in the horse's body. They're almost 100% stored in the bones and the teeth. If they're improperly formulated, they will start being leached from the bones, potentially causing some skeletal problems. When we talk about a ratio, we want 2 parts calcium to 1 part phosphorus. That's the ideal ratio we want to try and keep these minerals at in the body. When we have an imbalance in the ratio, it's usually because the phosphorus is too high. And when that happens, there will start being problems with mineral absorption in general, and then also, like I just said, calcium will start getting leached out of the bones to try and correct this imbalance. So 2 parts calcium, 1 part phosphorus is the ideal. And again, these amounts, the requirements for the broodmare are going to increase as we move through pregnancy. Now I put selenium and salt in here. This is not specific only to broodmares. Every horse is going to need these supplemented into their diet here in PEI. Now selenium, it's a really important micronutrient. It's required for healthy cell growth and development, and they get it from their forage. The problem is here in PEI, as many of you may already know, our soil is very selenium deficient, meaning that the forage grown there is also selenium deficient. Why this is important for broodmares is if the broodmare is not supplemented with selenium, the foal can actually end up having a problem called white muscle disease, where they're very weak, they're usually unable to stand to nurse, it may start affecting their heart, and we can see that. We don't see it as much as we used to. We used to see, a few cases per year, but we are still seeing it. So it's something we want to try to avoid. So again, you supplement the mare throughout pregnancy, especially lactation, and when the foal is born, we usually give it a shot of vitamin E selenium. But every horse should have between 1 and 3 milligrams per day, regardless broodmare or not. Same with salt. Every horse needs to have salt added into their diet. 2 tablespoons is kind of the maintenance, so that's for any horse. Horses that are in heavy exercise or that sweat a lot and lose a lot of sodium in their sweat, they might need up to 3 ounces per day. I put on the bottom that iodized is usually preferred, and that's only because, again, horses require iodine in their body for proper thyroid function. If you're already feeding a commercial grain that has iodine in it, then just regular table salt or salt licks or anything like that is fine. If you're feeding oats or forage only where they're not getting iodine supplemented, then just use an iodized salt. Now we know forage is going to be the basis of any nutritional program. I know for some of you, a lot of this is going to be repeat or things that you were already really aware of with your breeding programs. I know for some people, maybe some of it's all new. I'm just hoping that, in this half-hour talk, everyone gets, 1 or 2 things that they can take out of this. When we talk about months 1 to 8, again, we're talking about this maintenance period. These mares don't have a very big demand on their body for a lot of nutrients. So forage, like if we have a good quality forage, it can be 100% of her diet, and that's absolutely great. The only thing we have to remember with that is, number 1, we have to give it in an appropriate percentage, which in a mare is going to be 1.5 to 2% of her body weight per day. And we're still going to make sure we have to supplement in either a vitamin and mineral mix or a ration balance or something like that, because we still have to get in that calcium, the phosphorus, the vitamin A, things like that. Now I put this on here just because, specifically for the second point, we want to remember to feed by weight and not volume. Most of us learned, traditionally growing up with, feeding horses, we always were fed by numbers. So a certain number of flakes of hay or a certain number of scoops of grain. But the problem is that assumes that all hay is created equal and that all grain is created equal. We are now, equine nutrition is becoming such a science that we're starting to really get into, we want to feed by weight. So again, for broodmare, forage 2% of her body weight per day. Not all hay is created equal. We already talked about that. It's really the biggest thing that's first going to depend on is your legume to grass hay ratio. And then the maturity of your hay, what cut it is, things like that. A really popular one on PEI that a lot of horses seem to do really well on is the horse hay mix 25, which is a 25% alfalfa mix. Now I know this slide's a little ugly, it's got some math on it. The whole point of it is just to say that if you have an average size 1,000-pound broodmare, she's going to need, at 2% of her body weight per day, 20 pounds of hay a day. So depending on the size of your square bale, we know that they can range anywhere from 40 to 80 pounds, different number of flakes. She'll need between 3 and 8 flakes of hay per day. Two things people are probably thinking right now, though. Number one, I feed my broodmare round bale. Like, she just is free choice. Is that fine? Yes, that's absolutely great. Free choice hay is good for these horses. We do want them to kind of be feeding throughout the day if we can. The only thing, again, I'd say is make sure we're monitoring our body condition score. Second thing you guys might be saying is, you know, who is this girl? She really expects me to weigh every flake of hay I give my horse. No. But what I would recommend is that maybe every time you get a load of hay, or, you know, every 2 months or something, you could just weigh a bale, weigh a few flakes, something like that, just to get an average of what you are feeding. And on the bottom left, that's just a fish weight hook. You can get them for $15 on Amazon. They're great to have in a barn. They hold up to 100 pounds. Easy way just to kind of measure your concentrate and forage. These are just some example feeding programs for a 1,000-pound broodmare in that early gestation stage. So like we said, body weight, 2% body weight per day of forage, that's probably all that mare needs. Again, we have to remember to add in a mineral mix, though. If you do want to feed a concentrate during this period, that's absolutely fine. Maybe the mare needs it to keep her body condition up, or maybe that's just what you prefer. We try to not go up beyond about 0.5% of their body weight per day at this time. So that's about 5 pounds of grain for that mare. If you're feeding oats, make sure you find a mineral mix that is pretty predominant with calcium. The oats are going to be high in phosphorus. We need to correct that back. You can buy straight calcium at Phillips, like a giant bag of it for $10 that you can feed that mare. Or if you're using a commercial feed mix, it's probably already got your calcium phosphorus ratio correct. So biggest thing to remember, keep in mind what your phosphorus content is during your feed. Now, we said in those first 8 months, there's very little fetal growth. Of course, I'm a vet. I like using cute little animal pictures to show that. By 8 months, that fetus is going to maybe be between 25 and 40 pounds, so not very big, small lamb-sized. After that, though, it needs to go from 40 pounds to 100 in only 3 months. So that mare's nutritional requirements are going to increase pretty rapidly. At that point, the fetus is going to be growing about 1 pound a day, and it's going to have a really increased demand for protein, vitamin A, and then, of course, calcium and phosphorus. Typically, at this point, if we haven't already added in a concentrate, this is where we're going to start adding in concentrate, because the mare's probably not going to be able to get enough protein from forage alone. Usually, we kind of break our diet down to like a 70% forage, 30% concentrate. And what that might look like, again, it just depends. Maybe you have a really, really high protein hay and really good quality, so you could still just do hay only. You're probably going to up that to about 24 pounds or so. But again, adding in the mineral mix and potentially adding in a protein mix if we need to. If you decide, though, we're going into the concentrate, at that point we're going to be going up to about 5 to 11 pounds, depending on what you're feeding. And again, remember that mares can be very finicky with their GI, so we're going to make these changes over a period of a few weeks. Now, early lactation, this is going to be the time of the biggest physiologic stress on your mare. Her nutrient requirements are probably going to be higher than any other class of horse, including racehorses, which people tend to not think about that. But these mares are producing up to 3% of their body weight per day in those first 3 months, so 30 pounds of milk a day. That's a huge feat. It requires a lot of energy and nutrients, and if we're not giving it to the mare in her diet, then her body will leach it from her first and attempt to keep that quality and quantity of her milk high. If she's in a negative energy balance long enough, though, it is obviously going to start affecting the milk, which will affect her foal growth. The amount and composition of her milk will change with stage of lactation. So after 3 months, she's going to start going down by, 5 pounds or so per week until she gets to about 6 months. Because at this point the mare needs so much nutrients, our forage to concentrate ratio is probably going to be closer to 50-50. That mare needs a lot of concentrate to keep that energy up. A common problem we see is that we overfeed the pregnant mare and then underfeed the lactating mare, and we really want to kind of reverse that. Your lactating mare is going to need the highest amount of nutrients out of any of your animals. We are feeding the brood mare probably between 1 and 2% of her body weight in both forage and concentrate each day. So that is, still 20 pounds of hay and between 10 and 15 pounds of grain per day. Again, when we're in this stage, when we're in lactation, this is when we want to make sure that we, number one, we have protein up, but we also want to make sure we're feeding something that has good trace minerals, especially zinc and iodine and copper. Those are all really important for the orthopedic development of the foal, so we want to make sure that the mare is getting that and passing it to the foal. Now this is just an example of a really common broodmare food that we have around here, broodmare and foal feed. If we look at it, just what does it kind of mean when we look at the guaranteed analysis? Well, so in terms of this one, it has a really good protein percentage. We want it to be, like we said, 14% of her diet or above. The fat, it's a pretty high fat. Horses don't have a gallbladder, so obviously they can't digest high-fat diets really well like we can. So a typical feed has usually between 3 and maybe 8% fat. She's got the proper calcium-phosphorus ratio, so 2 parts calcium, 1 part phosphorus. A really nice high vitamin A, because it's 10,000 international units per kg. We'll probably feed at minimum 4 kgs of this feed, so she'd get 40,000. And same with her selenium. If you multiply that by 4, it's going to be right in that 1 to 3 milligram range. Most feed bags give you this range for minimum to maximum. I always say just kind of start in the middle and adjust accordingly. But if we look at the lactation on this one, the requirements for this mare will be anywhere between like 10 and 14 pounds of feed. Last thing again, just a reminder, I put water up there. Obviously, I know you guys know to give your horses water, but the reason I'm putting it up there is just as a reminder that during lactation, mares are going to need up to 200% more water. So 1 bucket filled twice a day in the stall is not going to cut it. We need to add in, 2 buckets filled multiple times a day because that mare will be drinking constantly. We want to maintain the parasite and GI health that Dr. Best already talked about, and again, monitor your mare's dental care. Do we have any questions now or later? Like Dr. Best said as well, I will be here after if you have any questions. You guys can always find me around the track or send me a text anytime if we have questions. Yep. Oh. You have 20 minutes. I tried cutting it out.
This is for more like first-time mares. Would you feed them any different than you would your just typical every year broodmare?
For first-time mares? No, the biggest thing I just want to know for them is like they're probably coming off their racing career, so they're going to be at a lower body condition, so you're just going to want to slowly increase that. And again, just make sure that she has the vitamins like vitamin A, because we may not have had that in her diet previously, and then make sure she has selenium. But no, once they enter that broodmare stage, they're pretty much all similar.
Thank you.
Else right now?
Okay.
Thanks for the presentation. Is there a point where your mare is too fat and that might make her harder to get in foal?
They don't say that if they're too fat, they're harder to get in foal, but if they are like at an 8 or a 9, like a really high level, they might have more trouble foaling. Like it might be harder for them to get the foal out. But I mean, even in all the studies, they said even a body condition of 8, the mares still had like a 96% conception rate. But then it's just the more problems that they have later on.
1 sec.
Just to go off that question, with an overconditioned mare, would you be worried with the burden of the weight of her foal and her extra weight, she would have like any ortho issues?
I wouldn't be as worried about orthopedic issues, but you might be worried about feet and stuff like that, especially after birth. Like if she has any problems with retained placenta or things like that, horses, their feet is one of the first things that get affected. So yeah, I might worry about that.
Great, thank you.
For a mare that usually has lower colostrum, is there anything that you can do before foaling that can help raise the colostrum?
Biggest thing in that would be protein and like a good fat source in her diet. But if she has a low colostrum just because she's already leaking, we can't fix that. But in terms of if we want to try and manage it with nutrients, the first thing I'd say is protein. Like make sure we have a higher protein level.
Anybody else? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burns, and of course she'll be around, and we all know Jen's around the track here, and you can find her information and contact her, and also the feed companies that we're happy to have them sponsor, Co-op, Phillips Agri, Cardigan Feeds, Purina, and they're all set up outside there with their information sheets, and I think anything to do with nutrition, it's all about measuring, and those companies or whoever you're dealing with and buying feed, because feed is expensive, and it's not necessarily how, as Jen said, it's not necessarily, it's what's in the bale and what's in the bag, and figuring out what it actually costs and what your mare needs, and maybe you can feed less of something that's got the right nutrients in it and actually save you money, even though the bag might be 30% more. But I think all those, whoever you're dealing with in your feed, they all have resource people. They all have equine resource people. So if you want some help, or you're wondering about your forage and taking a proper forage sample, or what they may have for different products and minerals. Minerals is a really touchy thing, because it really it's hard to get that mineral with high enough selenium in it, and how to feed it, whether to feed it free choice or how to feed it when you really don't need to be feeding that mare anything but mineral. And so I think there's a lot of times questions, but I think all those companies, no matter who you're buying your feed from, have the expertise. You just need to ask. Yeah, if anybody wants to grab a quick coffee here for before Dr. Doyle begins her presentation. We're working on it, yeah. But if anybody wants to take a quick break here, I think it's going to be a great presentation with Dr. Doyle talking about OCDs and when to be looking for them, what to be looking for, and the problems they may or may not cause.
Time? No, take your time. Okay, because I currently have 14 minutes, according to the schedule.
We're never on time. You do your thing. It's an important presentation.
Okay.
Bruce sent them all away.
Yeah, I can call him back. I can
Whenever.
kind of give him a 2-minute warning.
Sure,
Yeah.
2-minute warning is
2-minute
great.
warning, okay, yeah. So, check, check, check. So folks, we're going to go in about 2 minutes, so if you want to freshen your coffee up and get some water, we're coming back in about 2 minutes.
Yep. Did you already sort of introduce me or not? I wasn't really paying attention. Okay.
Just let everybody come in.
Yep.
Speaker's on. This microphone.
Where'd Blaine go? He should hear this. I said, where'd Blaine go?
Yeah.
He should hear this.
I think we're all looking forward to hearing it. We're hoping we put you last that trainers would come up from the barn because they're all jogging and stuff. You know, this morning we kind of hope they come up and get some lunch and hear you because that's really
The fight?
well, it's not really, but it's just the more people that hear it, the better.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be on our website. Okay, everyone, I guess we're going to get going. Just Perina just did one of the draws there, and Blaine Thiebaud, there's a door prize for you there. Just pick it up whenever you can. So next on our list is, I think it's going to be, we've had two great talks, and Dr. Amy Doyle from ABC is going to talk on OCDs. It's always something that comes up around the sales, and those of you that follow some of the sales in the U.S., there's certainly a high percentage of yearlings go through sales that have OCDs removed, and then so Amy's going to have a talk, and I'm sure it's going to be very informative. So welcome, Dr. Doyle.
Thanks, Bruce. I see a lot of familiar faces out in the crowd, some maybe repeat customers. But maybe some of you also don't know me very well. I'm more behind the scenes, besides Davey and Jen here, who you probably see around the track a lot more than you see me. I am one of the surgeons over at the Atlantic Veterinary College. Been there for about 13 years now, and prior to that I was in private practice, and also did my residency in surgical residency in Illinois, in a really high population of standardbred breeding farm area. So OCD has been something I've been involved with for probably about 25 years now, and really seeing the progression of this in the standardbred industry. And I'm not sure how many other sort of breeders of different breeds we have represented here today. We obviously also see this problem in warm bloods and quarter horse populations. I will try to focus this talk mostly for the standardbred breeders, but it can certainly be translated into the other breeds as well. So basically I formed this talk with questions. Basically questions that I get from breeders, questions that I get from students, questions from trainers, and I'm hoping to just sort of answer those questions in a series of slides, and then leave it open to you at the end, because I'm sure a lot of you have ones that I'm not gonna touch today. So obviously the first question is, what is OCD? I mean, you might hear this term a lot. This term, it's an acronym. It stands for osteochondritis dissecans, which I've written up there on the slide, which is Latin. And if we take a look at our Latin roots, osteo means bone in Latin. Chondro means cartilage in Latin. So we have bone and cartilage. Itis means inflammation, bone, cartilage, inflammation. And then dissecans really tripped me up. That one was harder, because when I think of dissecans, I'm like, okay, something's dried up. I'm not desiccated? No. So I actually Googled that one. And that one actually means to separate. So now it's all become very clear to me. It's bone and cartilage inflamed, and it separates from bone. So that is what OCD is. And it is basically the failure of normal bone growth in the early developing stages of the foal. So this leads to really poorly stabilized cartilage. And when that happens, if the cartilage in the joint is not firmly stabilized by bone underneath it, any sort of micro trauma or normal biomechanics can separate that piece of cartilage off of the normal bone. So this is happening in very early life. This is not happening at 6 months old. There's going to be an inciting event in the first probably month of life that is going to lead to the development of OCD in your foal. So the next question, what are the signs that your yearling might have OCD? And this is where it becomes a little bit tricky, because in most cases, none. There are no signs in your yearling, especially in the early ages. So in the weanling age, about maybe up to even about 12 months, we often see no signs of OCD. Generally, lameness is not a clinical sign of OCD in the early stages. So of course you'd think, well, if he's got a joint problem, he's going to be lame. Not the case. At this stage. I'm going to get to what happens if we don't treat these things a little bit later down the line. Now, once the foals start, or probably the yearlings at this point, start jumping around, start training, maybe even we're breaking these yearlings at some point, that's when we start to see some clinical signs. And the first clinical sign is usually boggy hocks or a boggy stifle. So effusion, that's sort of our more scientific term than a bog, but we get excess fluid within that particular joint. And once we have that, the inflammatory process has already begun. So, you know where this talk is going. This talk is going to go into, we need to start picking these up sooner than when they're being presented to us. Because once they're presented as a boggy hock, we've already started a cycle of inflammation in that joint. So we want to try and get to that before that point. So that's where we're going to get to it as well down the line here, but screening radiographs might become really important to determine which of your yearlings have OCD. So if we can tell by the radiograph, then we can treat those a lot earlier. But so I guess that's my main point on this slide is oftentimes there are no signs that your yearling has OCD. So I do have a few sort of photos of kind of a few things that we've been talking about here. So these are a couple pictures of horses with bogs, typical bogs. So we have a really boggy hock here. Can you see my pointer? Yeah, a little bit, maybe. On the right-hand side, big boggy hock here on this yearling. Here's a nice stifle bog over here. So these kind of big fluidy looking joints are a very good indication that you have OCD in those joints. I will backstep a little bit on the usually no lameness. There is one that will cause lameness, and that is a stifle OCD. You might see those, and I bring those up in case there's any quarter horse people in the crowd. That would be a bit more common location for a quarter horse OCD. They tend to be a little bit lamer sooner than other locations of OCD lesions. So when we radiograph these, this is kind of what we're looking at. So if you remember back to the term osteo, chondro, separate. So we end up with these fragments within the joint. So in this stifle here, I've got a couple arrows. There's a large lesion down at the bottom arrow coming off one of the trochlear ridges of the femur. And then up near the kneecap there, the upper arrow, there's a smaller one. You might not see that very well on the screen. But so this horse has multiple OCD lesions in one joint. And in the hock, this is by far our most common joint in terms of standardbred OCD. I'm going to get to prevalence, et cetera, in a couple slides here. So, but these are the typical lesions that we see. In the picture on the left, this is the upper arrow is pointing to the distal intermediate ridge of the tibia. And I'd say probably 80% of the standardbreds that I see at ABC for OCD, this is where their lesion is located. There's another small one down in the bottom arrow there. That one's probably dropped off from the top OCD lesion, so we've got a bit of a free fragment hanging out. They like to fall with gravity, so it's kind of fallen down into the bottom of that joint. And on the one on the left, this is another location off the tibia, a lot rarer, but these ones tend to cause really huge boggy hocks, in my opinion. This is the medial malleolus of the tibia, and I can actually, if you can see my arrow, maybe not, there's a lot of effusion in this joint. I can just tell from the radiograph. So those are sort of your clinical signs of OCD once they've developed. So of course the next question is, how does this happen? And we've been working on this a long time as to how OCD comes about. And we've really got some really good people working on this, and all of the evidence currently is pointing towards an episode in early life of vascular damage to the developing bone cartilage interface. So very, very fragile capillary network is set up to basically support the growth of bone and cartilage from the growth plate in the young horse. Anything that disrupts that incites this. So that disruption could be as simple as trauma from bucking around. You could have a bit of a bone bruise. You might break that very fragile capillary network. Other things that can lead to that, if you have a foal that has sepsis. You might have some hematological, what am I trying to think about, little thrombi, microthrombi, that was the word, that insert themselves into that capillary, and then you've lost your blood supply. So that's sort of the inciting cause. Then what happens is that bone is not supported very well by nutrients as it's growing. It becomes weaker, and then the normal biomechanics of that foal can cause it to fragment off. So this is happening very early. Little schematic here. You don't need to read what it says if you can't. It doesn't matter. But just as a kind of a basic summary of how bone grows in long bones. You all know about growth plates. There's a growth plate in every bone that we have in the body, especially in long bones. So I'm going to use the tibia and the hock kind of as our basis. So this is the big tibia, and everything happens from that growth plate. To form a joint, we have to have growth from the growth plate, and it's growing down towards the joint. So the growth plate is cartilage. Then we're going to start developing bone, and it's going to keep growing down until it gets to the articular surface. So we leave a nice little layer of cartilage there. But that whole big cartilage thing, which basically when the foal is born, everything below the growth plate is cartilage. It's got to fill that in with bone as it's developing. So you can see if there's a disruption in the blood supply anywhere in that first kind of 6 weeks of life, then we might end up with a sort of a plug of cartilage that's not really supported very well by bone. So that's kind of what we have here. We have this, oh boy, that's not what I wanted to do. Back, okay. So we have, up in the top of this picture, we have the growth plate is represented sort of by that line, horizontal line in the middle of the bone there. And then bone is growing down, so it's kind of half and half there, half bone, half cartilage at this point. Then if we get a little bit of a disruption to the blood supply, we kind of get a plug of cartilage that's not really filling in well with bone. And then when we have a bit of a trauma, regular biomechanical stress, water can get in under that piece of cartilage because it's not supported by bone, breaks it off. And so that's sort of the development of OCD. Now, what contributes to the development? Now, everything. I mean, you'll see by the list here that there's multiple things that can affect the development of OCD. So, and basically when I see things that have 100 things that contribute to it, I know in the back of my mind that probably no one really knows for sure what the big one is. But we do know that there are things that do contribute to it. And I think most of these things on this list are contributing to something called fast growth in these foals. So we have hereditary effects that can certainly, we're trying to promote bigger foals, right? So we want the horses to grow fast. We definitely see this as a breed problem. I do not see OCD in ponies. I do not see OCD in Arabians. I see OCD in warm bloods, standardbreds, thoroughbreds, and quarter horses. So where we're trying to get yearlings, foals, to grow quickly as well, that's their breed. You know, they're bigger horses. I definitely see this in draft horses too. I should not have overlooked the draft. We get a lot of them in drafts. So anything that's affecting growth rate, so overfeeding these foals, where basically their bones, the blood supply to that development of bone-cartilage interface is outsourced. If it's trying to grow too fast, the foal's growing too fast, the blood supply is not going to be able to keep up. And so you can develop OCD lesions. And we do see, when we see OCD lesions, I'd probably say about, these are not, I'm going to get to some real numbers in a minute, these are just off my head. I'd say probably half the horses I see have one lesion in one joint. The other half have multiple lesions in multiple joints. So it's not just a one joint thing. So when I see them in both stifles, both hocks, couple fetlocks, all in the same horse, probably that horse has had some nutritional encouragement, call them OCD factories, when we start feeding horses or foals way too much grain, really increasing their energy level, growing like a weed, outsourcing their blood supply to the joints. And so then we end up with these problems. So I won't spend a lot of time on this, but this is a breeders' conference. So probably you want to know what is the influence of genetics. And the answer is that I'm going to give you is I'm a surgeon and I really have no idea. But there are a lot of really smart people, smarter than me, working on genetics of OCD. And the thing is there's a lot of studies that do indicate a link, but there are so many numerous regions they found of the genome that are contributing to the trait, and it's not consistent, it's different among breed, it's different among joint within breed, that I can't give you a solid answer about it today. But what I do know is that we certainly see it in lines of horses. I'm not going to give names here, but when I was in Illinois, very prominent stallion was used extensively during my time there. Had a number of world record holders as 2-year-olds, so was being used extensively. Every yearling had OCD. And it came to the point where they all came in with little scans, not even x-rays, just handheld fluoro scans of all their OCD lesions. We'd line them up, we'd run them through before the sale, because they were, every one of them. If they had 100 foals on the ground, I'd probably say 90 of them had OCDs. So we do see it in lines of stallions. Certainly mares can also contribute as well. I just can't give you the hard numbers on the exact nature of how the genetics is influencing the OCD. Someone will figure it out. Okay, so now we're going to get into the good stuff. I think stuff maybe that you probably really want to hear and what you came here to hear. As number one, how common is it in standardbreds? So there's been a number of, the answer is common, very common. A lot of studies do specify a particular joint. So in terms of the hocks, which is definitely what we see the most commonly here, there's been several studies out of Scandinavia with trotters, standardbred breeds that report incidences between 10 and 20% essentially of all standardbred yearlings have OCD lesions. A recent study has shown trotters to be more affected than pacers for hawk OCD, 18% versus 13%. That was a 2020 study. So if you think about that, 20%, okay, that 1 out of 5 of your foals has OCD right now that you don't know about. That's just for hawks. Now, there is one Canadian study. This is a bit older. This is 2005. This was from a single breeding farm in Quebec, where now we're combining all the joints. So we have fetlocks, stifles, hawks, and their overall prevalence was 35%. So 1 in 3 of your yearlings now has OCD that you don't know about. We don't know the exact numbers on Prince Edward Island. If any of you guys want to get together and give me some money, I'd be happy to figure it out for you and do a study to try and figure out what our prevalence is in our breeding population in yearlings on Prince Edward Island. My gut feeling is it's going up. I used to do maybe 20 arthroscopies a year to get rid of OCD lesions. These days, I'd probably say I do 20 a month. So I do think that it is really on the rise, and we'll talk a little bit why maybe in a minute. Oh, good question. Does it go away on its own? So certainly, yeah, sometimes. We do have evidence, there's lots of evidence in terms of studies where we have identified OCD lesions in very young animals, so 2 months, 3 months of age, because remember this is starting right from day 1 essentially, where in the hawks, up until about 5 months of age, so we've been following these foals with recurrent radiographs over time every month. We have found that up to 5 months of age in the hawk, lesions can improve and heal. In the stifle, it's up to 8 months of age, can improve and heal. Not all of them, they're not going to all go away, but we can see improvement up to those ages. In general, we say the 12-month point is the point of no return. So if you have OCD lesions in your joints at yearling age, they're not going away without intervention. They're not going to improve without intervention. Okay, next question. How is it treated? Well, we try to get rid of them. And we need to get rid of those OCD lesions, and you'll see what happens if we don't in the meantime. Basically what we do is we do a minimally invasive surgery with arthroscopy. We remove the lesions, and then we go ahead and we debride the origin, where those things came from. By debride, I mean we're going to take a little bit of bone away so that we get a nice healthy blood supply back to that bone, so that it can then go ahead and form some cartilage over top of that lesion. So that's basically what we do. We generally require 3 to 6 weeks off after the surgery, and then they can start going back out into their paddocks or start jogging or wherever we are in their cycles. Now, I will caution that in most cases, if we're at the point where we already have a boggy hawk or effusion present, about 20% of those horses will keep their effusion. So 80% of them, the effusion will go away and you never know they had a problem. 20% will continue to have effusion. Do I know why? Not particularly, other than I think if we get a joint distended out like a balloon, A lot of times the body just keeps wanting to fill it up like that. It's going to been stretched a little bit already. So that's just something to think about in terms of sale. So we're gonna start talking a little bit about how I would prefer to deal with all these yearlings. But remember that at sale we still might have 20% of them with a bog if we have a bog present already. Okay, so I have a few photos and a little bit of video just sort of show you how we treat these things. So this is, if you remember that back to that radiograph I showed you, the X-ray. The most common location is just this distal intermediate ridge of the tibia. This is a beautiful one. This is what this looks like. This is a yearling. This is us with the camera in the joint. And this is what we're looking at. We're looking at this lesion here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in there and we're going to take that out and then debride the bone back. So I have a video here. I'm going to play. Working. Okay, I'll just sort of describe what we're doing here. So basically I have a camera in the joint. I have a needle that I use as a marker. The needle's going to come in and basically make sure that I can access the joint appropriately. I'm going to make you a little seasick here because I'm clearly not paying attention to what I'm doing at this point. I'm probably grabbing something off a surgery table and not actually looking at the wound. But here we go. So needle in, yep, I can reach this thing. And soon you're going to see a scalpel come in, make an incision. All right, here we go. Comes the scalpel. I promise. Here it comes. There you go. So making our hole so that we can get another instrument in there. And then it's just a probe. So basically we've got a probe in here. We're going to try and assess how adhered our lesion is to the parent bone. Sometimes they're really tightly adhered. We have to elevate them. Other times they're really loose and we don't even want to touch them. I'm also here just checking out all the corresponding cartilage to make sure that it has not been damaged by having that lesion in there. This one's looking pretty good. So we're going to come back around to our lesion here. This one's pretty firmly adhered. So this is an elevator. I'm just going to come in here and try and pry this thing off the parent bone. This just takes a minute. And you can see, I shouldn't be able to do that to bone. This is unhealthy bone. It's like an ice cream scoop. If I can, with my weak grip strength, penetrate bone like that with this tiny instrument, we know it's no good. So now we're gonna, once we've got it kind of elevated up off the parent bone here, it's a nice spot, we're gonna get a grabber in here, Roger, and we're gonna take this thing out. Here it comes. Oh, I missed. Okay, come back. All right, got it this time. And then we just sort of, we're going to grab it and take it out, and then we're going to debride that unhealthy bone back to a point where it's bleeding. And I'll have a few more bites on that. I just kind of wanted to give you sort of the overview. I know probably a lot of you have had horses that have had some OCD surgery, so just sort of presenting how that goes. And then this is what we're left with. We have we don't have that lesion in there anymore. We have a nice bed, and we've encouraged blood to come into that bed so that we can heal this area. All right. Some of these slides are, there we go. What if we don't treat? So, these horses aren't lame, right? Not yet. They're not lame yet. you know, this is a common question and something I see a lot in this locale, is that, you know, they're not causing a problem in their 2-year-old year. So really, why should I take them out if they're not causing a problem? And hopefully I have some evidence for you here. And the problem is that you're right, they're not causing a problem until exercise begins, until we start getting these lesions rubbing around in a joint. Remember, they're not firmly attached in there. They're very loosely attached. So essentially you know, think about it as having a bit of a rock in your shoe, and eventually it's going to cause a problem. So once exercise begins, these things start rubbing against the corresponding cartilage. We can knock them off. They can start getting loose in that joint, and we have no idea where they're going to go. They might get crushed up in between two bones that are moving around together. And I have a nice picture of one of those that we just recently did. And basically, once you start losing cartilage from being rubbed against a lesion like this, we have set the horse up for osteoarthritis. So while it may not be lame in your 2-year-old season, you can guarantee it's going to be on the shaft by the end of the 2-year-old season. By the 3-year-old season, you're going to be like, I have to inject this joint every 3 months. What's going on? That's because you have osteoarthritis in that joint. So by not treating these lesions, you are setting the horse up for poor performance. Horse that has a lesion in its hock or osteoarthritis is definitely not going to go as fast as you want it to. And also, your longevity of career is pretty pooched. You know, you might get it through the 3-year-old season, but if you want to race this horse longer than that, you're probably screwed. So, another little example here. So this horse came in, raced as a 2-year-old. I don't know how well it raced. I'm not sure. But was starting to have problems in the end of the 2-year-old year. And came in, I don't know if it was known if the horse had OCD or not. I apologize, I don't know the history completely. But the horse did have OCD in the hock. Came in for that lesion to be removed at the beginning of its 3-year-old season. And this is what we saw in terms of going in there. This is our same lesion, OCD of the distal intermediate ridge of the tibia. But what I noticed right in this photo is there appears to be part of it missing. There's kind of a hole in this OCD lesion. They are usually sort of either one solid or two solid pieces, but this one seems to have a missing piece. So this is what happened when I scanned over to the other side of the joint. So what I see here, we call this a score line, this vertical line traveling up and down, and then there's this other sort of big old cartilage erosion down here. So these are the main sort of rotating bones of the hock. All the motion is coming from this particular bone. And what we see here is this cartilage scoring line. So something has been rubbing against this thing to create a line in this pattern. You can think of it as a bit of a cheese grater. You know, you're going back and forth over a pebble. And then when we kind of scanned over a little bit further, we could see these two corresponding full thickness, no cartilage left erosions. And basically in this horse, I suspect that little missing piece, which has now been ground to dust between these two bones as the horse was racing, training, exercising, has now caused a full thickness osteoarthritis type of lesion. So I'm not sure how this horse is going to go for its 3-year-old season. Might be its last. It's probably going to need some injections for sure to keep it going. But this is another little video here. This is just me probing these areas, just realizing that there's no cartilage covering this bone anymore. So this is not a particularly great prognosis for this horse. So this could all have been avoided by removing these lesions earlier. Okay. So why should you care about OCD as a breeder? I think it really comes down to two things, basically the quality of your product at sale and the quality of your product on the racetrack. So you're looking honestly, you're looking for the best dollar value, right? And you want your horses also to perform well on the racetrack so that your reputation as a breeder is also improved. So, we have to sort of think about things. We're looking for the highest dollar value. What about the cost of removing these things as a breeder versus the cost of selling them without a diagnosis? Just put them in the sale. Yeah, maybe there's some effusion, maybe there's an OCD there. Let's get our top value and it becomes someone else's problem. And that's true. I mean, it can become someone else's problem, and hopefully they'll recognize it and get them removed before they start training, and then they really become lame. So I think that the answers to these questions all comes down to two things here. Does OCD affect racing ability? And does OCD affect racing longevity? And I think that we maybe have some ideas in our heads that OCD, maybe we don't want to pay as much for a horse that has OCD lesions. And is that validated? I'm not sure. I mean, the answer is that we know. So I'm going to tell you about it. Because we have some very recent studies, big studies, that help answer some of these questions. So I really wanted to share them with you today. So how does OCD affect the performance of the standardbred racehorse? We have two big studies. One is from 2015. This is out of, I believe, Annette there, she's in Illinois, but I think this was done before that. Her study was in the Equine Veterinary Journal in 2015, short and long-term performance of standardbred pacers and trotters after early surgical interventions of hock OCD. And I'm just going to take a drink. And our second study here, 2020 study, so really recent study, same thing, essentially. So what I wanted to stress about these two studies, all of these OCD lesions were taken out before sale. So none of these horses have raced as 2-year-olds on OCD lesions. They've all been taken out before sale in both studies. I'll start with the first study. So this is 2015 study. And to give you a little bit of background information, in this study you had a population of 278 horses. And they were all from the same breeding farm. And they were taken, I believe, over 3 years of breeding. So out of those horses, we had 133 affected with OCD, and basically had 145 age-matched unaffected. So they basically took horses that had OCD out of their breeding population and then matched them with horses that were unaffected. Interestingly enough, sale price at yearling was not significantly affected by OCD status. So whether or not the horse had OCDs removed or did not have OCDs present to begin with, no difference in sale price. What did affect sale price? Obvious things: sire, gender, and the sale that they were sold at. So it wasn't that this population was very different. These were the same population of horses, and there were things that affected sale price. OCD was not one of them. Okay, so first they looked at short-term performance of these horses. So this short-term performance was defined in this study as their 2-year-old season, only 2-year-old season. No significant differences in the study population between affected and unaffected horses. So as 2-year-olds, there was no difference in the number of horses that started at least one race, no difference in the number of starts, no difference in the number of wins, no difference in the top 3 finishes, no difference in the fastest time, earnings, or earnings per start. Then they thought, well, maybe it's the breeding farm. So now they went back and they took 288 randomly selected horses, not from the same breeding farm, but in their same sale and age matched. No differences in any of those parameters, racing parameters, performance parameters. So, interestingly enough, remember, these horses were treated before their 2-year-old season. So, a lot of the times we're getting these horses, at least at AVC, is after sale. We generally go through this like giant run after the sale of horses that have OCD. So now we're kind of already behind the game, and we're already a little bit late maybe for their 2-year-old season. So I think we'd see a difference here on PEI because our 2-year-olds with OCD are probably getting started a little bit later because we're not taking them out soon enough. So then they looked at long-term performance. In this study, they defined long-term performance as their 2-year-old season through 5-year-old season. They only had 94 horses that fit into this category, so our numbers are starting to creep down a little bit. What they saw with this group of horses, similarly, OCD did not affect sale price. They did not see any significant differences in performance parameter, all those things that we talked about before, with two sort of minor, spurious, maybe exceptions. Interestingly, in the 3-year-old year, OCD-affected horses had 33% more top 3 finishes. So kind of the opposite of what we might expect. Now that seemed to balance itself out in the 4-year-old, in the 4 cumulative years, where the OCD-affected horses had 24% less wins than unaffected horses. So this long-term performance raises maybe a little bit more question. Number one, I don't have a lot of confidence in a population of 94. I think a lot of things can happen by chance with only 94 horses. However, so far, things are looking okay. So then we move to this 2023 study. 2020, sorry, it's 2023 now. 2020. Now we've got 2,711 horses. Starting to like this. This is a great population. 382 of them were affected, and 2,329 of them were unaffected with OCD. So here, odds ratio to start a race. So basically, if he has OCD and he doesn't have OCDs, he's still going to start a race. Odds ratio was 1, meaning AKA they are exactly the same, whether or not they had OCD or not. So in this study, they actually combined all the short-term racing performance into the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years. So basically 2-year-old, 3-year-old, and 4-year-old years. Again, starts, earnings per start, not different between affected and unaffected horses. So no difference out of almost 3,000 horses, many of them affected with OCD, many of them not affected, no difference. Long-term racing performance. They define their long-term racing performance as lifetime. So career performance parameters. Again, over their careers, no difference in lifetime earnings, earnings per start, or fastest time achieved in OCD affected or versus OCD unaffected horses. Now, wasn't all nothing. There were some parameters that did come out in the long-term career that were significant. Affected horses had 8.8 fewer starts over their careers. Affected horses had 1 fewer win, maybe because they started 8 times less, I'm not sure. Affected horses had 3.8 fewer first through third placements, and unaffected horses raced for 4 months longer than OCD-affected horses. So I think there's a lot of evidence to say that if we treat these things early enough, they should not be causing any difference in performance parameters in our racehorses. So this all boils down to what do I recommend to you as breeders to do with your horses. And I've mentioned it already, but I really think because there's no clinical signs, because these things, the longer we wait on them, the more effect they're going to have on racing career down the road. For the best interest of the horse, for the best interest of the breeder, and for the best interest of the buyer, I think it's important to screen and identify these horses early, at about 12 months of age, and have these lesions removed. They go to the sale, OCD. If I were a buyer at a sale and I knew that a horse had had its OCDs removed, and I do follow this, I do know the horses that I've operated on. I know their names, I have an excellent memory. I always check the sale. I'm like, oh, which are the horses that are in the sale this fall that I've done surgery on? I always check what price they went for. And I'm always really surprised. I'm like, I should have bought that horse. Because essentially, the breeder, if they have taken those OCDs out, has just saved you $3,000 to $4,000 of output after purchasing the horse. As well, they've saved you a bunch of headache in terms of you've not lost training time at this point, and you also are able to have a career that's going to be longer because you aren't going to end up with damage in the joints from training down, breaking those horses while they have OCD lesions. So that's my recommendation. My recommendation would be to develop a screening program for your yearlings. It doesn't have to be an entire full set of radiographs because I know that costs a lot of money, but I feel like I could identify probably 10 or 12 views that would get you 90% of those OCD lesions, then have them taken out. I think the other thing that we need to do is be a little bit okay with smaller yearlings and not try to pour the feed to them. I think we could probably help with that development, or maybe even help sort of that healing if there are some lesions that are there early in life. So we need to be okay with that. And then broodstock selection, well, like I said, I'm not real sure. That particular horse, that sire in Illinois, I mean, he was very popular. He was very fast. There was nothing I could do to stop people from breeding to him. So in that case, we've made a choice. You know, the choice is that we want the genetics of speed more than we want, the genetics of no OCD. So, just keep them in mind as you're going. And so that was all I really had, but I know there's probably lots of questions, and hopefully I can answer some. Basically, I just wanted to come here today, and I thank you for the opportunity to kind of maybe dispel some myths, give you peace of mind. This is not a death sentence for horses. They do quite well. I'd love to do this study on Prince Edward Island. If anyone, I need money for that, so it's a little plug. If anyone wants to, do some research, call me. All right, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
I have a mic if anybody wants to ask a question.
Hi. Two quick questions. Is there an increased prevalence between fillies and colts as far as OCDs?
We don't see a difference between gender. We do see the difference between trotters and pacers. Yeah.
Okay. So as breeders, you noted a stallion that really had an issue for OCDs or production. So how? We've no idea when we're picking a stallion.
I know.
Like there's no record out there for us.
Right.
So how do you work around that? If I were you,
it's true.
What? Pardon me?
It's true. I mean, it's not like listed on their, their promotion. Had OCDs removed when he was 2. No. I think in those cases, it just becomes, sort of what's happening in real time. So, geez. I bred to this stallion 20 times last year, and 8 of them have OCD. See, maybe next year, same thing. And I think you just sort of have to think, okay, what's more important to me? The genetics of the stallion for these reasons or the genetics of the stallion for this reason? I mean, it could be a mare thing too. It's not necessarily just linked to the stallion. I really do think that over the next probably 10 years that we're going to get a lot more information on genetics that are more specific that can help us a little bit on that. They're smarter than me, though.
Anybody else?
Just a comment from me.
Goody.
Many years ago, maybe 25, I asked one of the prominent breeders about, what kind of a yearling should go through the sale, and he said the trainers buy them by the pound. So, and we had a group of trainers here last night, and every one of them said, I just will not buy a small yearling.
Right.
So that's kind of compounding the problem, maybe. So.
Yep.
But I've gone to many sales in Harrisburg, and probably 20% of them have had their OCDs removed, and then the yearling will go for $150,000. So,
that's right.
Because the guy already has the problem removed. And I think that is maybe coming here, maybe.
I'd like to see it.
More common.
Like I said, I think it's in the best interest of the horse. And I think obviously that's our driving force, right? We want to do well by the horse. We're all here because we love horses. And, if we want that horse to succeed and we want that horse to be sound and pain-free, then I think we need to move in that direction. But, just to go back to that study, the first one there, those prices ranged. There was a range, obviously, at sale. The range was $1,500 to $270,000. So they had those in both categories of horses.
So from a cost perspective then, so if we, say you have a dozen foals through the sale, so the vet comes and does the radiographs of, say, all in one shot.
Yep.
So give us a sense of the cost of that.
Sure.
Versus, okay, then the OCD and the cost of getting that all done as well.
Yeah.
Please.
Yep, for sure. So maybe Davey or Jen could kind of answer more a bit of a sort of a screening protocol of how much the radiographs would cost you per yearling. I don't know.
Yeah, we've done far more radiographs than you mentioned. You said 12, 80, 90%. Some sets like Kentucky, they do 30.
Yeah, Kentucky and stuff, they'll be doing 32 radiographs, which is the standard. So, if you're doing that.
We've done some earlier this year, they did 26 rads, it was around $500 or $600.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could say $500 for the radiographs of each yearling. Then, if they're coming in for surgery, based on that, we do them as a package price. So it includes kind of everything in terms of their stay. It does depend on whether it's a stifle or a hock. Stifles are very difficult, so hocks are a lot easier to do, fetlocks as well. I think generally our package price at this point in time, as of February 1st, when everything went up again, I think it's $3,300 for a single joint, and I think $3,800 for multiples. So yeah, it's an output for the breeder, but I'm not in this game much in terms of the business, but it's an output for the breeder. But I'd like to see that you are rewarded for that at sale, and I'm hoping that buyers then begin to think, wow, they saved me some money there. So kind of it's worth the output at sale, and that those horses get the same price, if not more, than the unaffected horses. And I know that is what happens everywhere else. And I think it's just tough here. thought there were some more questions. Oh, I see one.
If I don't know if there's any like anecdotal evidence or any research-based evidence, or if you just have a preference, if like in an ideal world, if you were able to rat and get a diagnosis before like the 5 months or the 8 months, depending on the location, would you opt to cut sooner than like?
No.
Okay.
I actually try to dissuade people from cutting sooner on the off chance that they will get some continued healing. Particularly stifles, if someone does send me a radiograph of a stifle OCD and the horse is only 8 months old, I'm very leery to operate on that horse at that time. I will generally ask them to wait until at least 12 months. That does bring up a bit of a point for me here, in that because our foals are born later in the season than down in the States, we have less time between their 12-month age and their sale. So, you know, it shortens that time course before we can get them all kind of done before sale. You know, in Illinois, they're being born, they're on the ground early January, some of them. So we had a lot longer time before fall sale to get them all done.
Anybody else?
And sorry for putting you overtime.
What's your view on creep feeding foals then?
I think creep feeding foals is okay. I think it's that weanling period where we are, you know, we've already had this disruption to the blood supply early on in life, but the rapid growth is kind of growing in that 4 to 8 month range. And so I don't mind the foals creep feeding off the mare, but it's that weanling time where I don't think we should be pounding the grain to them to get them super big, super fast, because they can't recover from that point. You're not going to get any healing if they're just continually outsourcing their blood supply.
Anybody else?
Hi, not a question, just a comment. In regards to the sales, it is quite common practice to anybody who's ever been outside of perhaps the Maritime Sale District that scopes and radiographs are done pre-purchase. So as a buyer, you can go to the breeder and say, hey, can I see, you know, your x-rays and your scope on that horse? So, you know, we need to get into this mindset that if we are breeding, like you say, the quality of our product is super important. So those are the things that if you are a breeder, you should consider in the future to have done if you want to be in the A game like everybody else does everywhere else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
I actually have a question for you.
Okay.
One of the comments last night from one of the panelists, Amy, was, you know, and much to Meredith's point, and I have a little bit of background in this where I got caught and got a quick education, was vetting a yearling.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those, you know, doing the screenshots and doing the radiographs so that you can have them presented. But we need to be doing that. We can't do that in September. Like, what are you going to do with that information in September?
Right, yeah.
Like, as breeders, what are we going to do? Like, one year we get caught, somebody asked for radiographs. Sure, no problem. That's awesome, yeah. And so many people know this story, but, you know, we had 10 yearlings in the sale that year, and the guy that asked for the radiographs on 3 or 4 yearlings, there was one of them that he never took out of the stall, right? So right away, I know there's a problem. Somebody else buys it, and I need to fix it because I don't know that there's a problem because I never seen the radiographs.
Right.
But as breeders, we got to be really careful what we're doing there so that we don't get ourselves in that we know something and we don't disclose it. because that's when you get really caught. And so, so what do you got to do? You're going to either announce that it has OCDs or you're pulling it from the sale. So what do you say for a time frame for screening, a minimal time frame, knowing that our sales in October? What would you say is a minimal time frame? Because a lot of us aren't really working with these things yet in January and February. What do you say is a minimal time frame that we can do this, take care of the problem, and have it ready for a sale?
Well, like I said, if we can, generally they need about 3 to 6 weeks after surgery to, not have sutures and not have, obvious evidence of a very recent surgery. Not that that is a problem if you're disclosing horse had OCD surgery, he's still clipped, those sorts of things. But, obviously you want your horses to look as best as possible. So I would say if you're going to start radiographing them, to your point, it's no good to radiograph them in September, because what can we do about it then? And now you know the horse has OCD, so now you're going to sell a horse with OCD that now is going to become the buyer's problem, or you're going to take them out of the sale. Because the price of a horse that has active OCD lesions, they're going to have to take that on as a buyer. So radiographing in September and going, he's got hack OCD, crap, now what? It doesn't give us enough time to turn that around. So I would say probably by April, May, June, if we had, screening radiographs, we could get through those horses and have them ready for sale for you. To your point again, I have encountered on a number of times where the horse is known to have OCD or is suspected to have OCD, goes to the sale. The breeder, being upfront, says, if the horse has OCD, you buy the horse, I'll pay for the OCD surgery after the sale. And while I've seen that happen, that goes well sometimes, sometimes that goes horribly wrong, in that now you've transferred ownership to this horse, you're going to now offer out of the goodness of your heart to pay for the OCD surgery on your product, but now the horse comes into the hospital and we discover, well, there's other problems. Now, who's responsible for those other problems? And it puts everyone in a really awkward position. So I really don't recommend that. I really recommend, as breeder, that we find this problem early, we disclose it early, or we take care of it early, and not do that sort of weird half-ass thing that always gets people into awkward situations. Anything else? I'm here, happy to answer questions. I can also give my email out. It's on the website?
Is it?
I don't know. Is it? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Happy to answer questions. Hoping to see some of your yearlings this spring. Great. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Doyle. Yeah. I think we all seen horses as breeders. We all have horses, and whether some in the room may keep them along and do their own training and whatever. But I know as a seller, and you have these yearlings and they're not scanned, and once you sell them, you lose control. So you're talking to the trainer or the owner like a few months later and said, the thing just doesn't want to go or whatever, right? And you think in the back of your mind, you say, gee, I wonder if, right? But you now have no control over that situation, but yet you still have the mare. She's in full. You have another yearling to sell. And so I think the only time to deal with it is, as a breeder, if you want to deal with it, is when you own the horse. That's for sure. So I'd like to thank the panelists. It's great to have you all here again today, and I know it takes a lot of time to make these presentations, and really appreciate you all have other places to be on a nice Saturday. So I really appreciate you taking the time and joining us and informing the group here today, and whoever may be listening online. So I'd like to give you my appreciation from the Standardbred Breeders Association. So on behalf of them, here's a little token of our appreciation. Thank you, Davey. And thank you, Jen. Okay, folks, there's lunch. We're going to we're running a little behind here, but lunch is right there. So let's get in and get a bite to eat. And we're going to be a few door prizes through lunch. And we'll gather back here as soon as we can. Thank you. Just anybody that's here, whether you're running a camera or you're dealing with, you're here representing one of the feed companies, please, everybody, just go for lunch. It is 10 to 1, you know, so we're not take a lot of time for lunch, but everyone's certainly welcome.
I just need Matt to.
Check, check, check. So, folks, we're going to go in about 5 minutes. If you'd like to get coffee or water and settle in here for our afternoon session, we're going to go in about 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Before we get started, through the generosity of our sponsors, we do have some draw prizes. These were generously donated by Cardigan Feeds through Purina, as well as Phillips Agri Services, and Greenhawk and Post Calls. So the winner of the Omeline Maturity is Evan Ford. You can pick that up out at the Purina kiosk. The winner of the Evolution Maternity Bag of Feed is Dawn McKee. So that's out at the Purina kiosk as well. From Phillips Agri Services, we have a Navy winter hat from Brooks. Barb Wilson is the lucky winner of that. So those can be picked up on the broadcast desk just inside the dining room there. Your name will be on them. We had 2 Quality Seeds hats, Navy winter hats donated by Phillips Agri Services and Debbie Ramsey, and looks like Beth McLeod, possibly, or McCrae. Beth McCrae was the winner of those 2 hats. We have 2 Quality Seeds winter hats in pink. Laura Jean Gregory was the winner. And Jamie Rowett, I believe. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. We have 1 Built-in Trust winter hat in black. Christina Leckie was the winner of that. And we have 1 gray T-shirt by Blue Seal, donated by Phillips Agri Services. Arnold Hagen was the winner of that. 1 black towel from Blue Seal, donated by Phillips Agri Services. Donna Gillis was the winner of that. We have 1 lined Quality Seeds jacket from Phillips Agri Services. Johnny McKenzie was the winner of that. We have 1 fleece sweater from Suregain, donated by Phillips Agri Services. Ewan Taylor was the winner of that. We have 1 gallon of Equibody Glow by Alpha Omega Products, and that was generously donated by Greenhawk. Paul Morrison was the winner of that. We have a 1-year subscription to the Atlantic Post Calls donated by Island Press. Fred Painter was the winner of that. And we have 3 Brooks Navy ball caps donated by Phillips Agri Services. And the winners are Lexus Gas, Donnie McNeil, and Colton Profits. So all those prizes, with the exception of the bags of feed, can be picked up at the broadcast desk there next door. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie, and thanks to the sponsors and their door prizes. It's well appreciated. So make sure that anybody who heard their name, just go see the people outside the door there at the tables for Purina and Suregain. So now we'll get on to the afternoon session, folks. Julie's going to come up and talk about some of the initiatives that are available through our industry association, and a lot of those initiatives come out of the Breeders Association. We take them as a group, we chat about them, and present them to the industry association because they're our arm of funding, and I think it kind of is a good way to do things, and we appreciate the industry association support. So Julie, if you'd like, and then we'll go on to the Wilson presentation at 2 o'clock, and Nick will be here to moderate that, and Standard Break Canada after that. So welcome, Julie. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. And just before I start, I'd like to give a kudos to the events team for putting on a great lunch for us, and for our sponsors for generously donating to the conference so that we could have a complimentary lunch. As Bruce said, my name is Julie Jameson. I'm the Executive Director here for the Industry Association. Part of my role is to work closely with the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association, and I implement their incentives and programs through funding made available by the Industry Association. I'm going to speak today about the breeders programs that the Industry Association offers, as well as give some statistics on the breeding industry here on the island. All the information for programs that I will cover today are available on our Industry Association website. This is a great page for you to bookmark if you're an island breeder, and that's www.peiharnessracing.ca. Okay, Peter. So the three programs and incentives I'm going to touch on today are the Resident Mare Program, the Foal Incentive, and the Island Breeders Awards. And these are probably three that will be important for you while you're in the breeding industry here on the island. So first we're going to touch on the Resident Mare Program. So some key points for the Resident Mare Program. This is open to mares that are residing on PEI in a boarding situation, and they are owned by off-island residents. So for this program, you have to sign your mare up each year that they've had a foal. The mare must reside on the island for 183 days during the foaling season. The mare must reside on PEI, and you must have the farm manager where you're boarding your mare submit your form to the Industry Association prior to December 1st of the foaling year. These forms are kept on file for when we do the eligibility as yearling pay-ins to a couple of our stakes that have residency requirements. So those would be the Brian Andrew Memorial, the Lady Slipper, and the Joe Bryan Stakes. So the forms for the Resident Mare Program are available on that website that I mentioned a few moments ago under the Forms tab. You can fill them out online and send them in, or you can always come into the office and I can provide you with a hard copy. So again, the key to the Resident Mare Program, your mare has to be on the island for 183 days during the foaling year. She has to foal on PEI, and you have to submit a form to me by December 1st from the farm manager stating that your mare was here for the required 6-month period. And that's basically a legal attestation from your farm manager. Right up to the chart. So here's a slide. I know it's a little bit difficult to read. I'll quickly go over the numbers with you just to show you the growth year over year for the last 3-year period for our Resident Mare Program. It is a quite popular program here on the island. So in 2020, we had a total of 11 mares in the program. Then we saw a 100% increase in 2021 to 25 mares, so over 100%. And in 2020, currently we have 50 mares boarded on the program, boarded here on the island in 2022 in the program. So I believe that this is great for the island economy. It definitely shows a confidence in our PEI stake program and the purses offered, and it really shows confidence in those here on PEI that are boarding the mares, that the mares are well cared for. And overall, I think it's a great program, and it's certainly well received here on the island. So our next slide here is just a bit of some statistics for you year over year from 2019 to 2021. And these are the number of mares that are bred to PEI stallions. So you can see year over year on the right-hand side of the chart that those numbers are increasing. Now these numbers are taken from the stallion reports, and they're only going to include mares that were bred to PEI stallions. So they're not necessarily island brood mares. They could be mares from off-island that are bred to PEI stallions. Because the information comes from stallion reports, if you happen to breed your mare more than once to 2 different stallions in the season, it may be included in this number as well. So really it doesn't give you an accurate overview of the total number of mares we have in our island population here, which we feel is approximately about 400, give or take a few. So next on to the stallions standing on PEI. And these are numbers from 2019 right through the 2022 breeding season. These numbers are only going to reflect stallions that are actively breeding mares here on the island. Now, for example, we did have 3 trot stallions stand here in 2022, but one stallion actually did not stand. He stood in 2020 and 2021, but not in 2022. So you will see in 2022 that we had 22 stallions on the island, 20 of which were pace stallions and 2 which were trot stallions that were breeding mares. I think this shows the investment on behalf of the stallion owners to the island breeding. It also shows our world-class bloodlines that are quite comparable to other jurisdictions. We have the second highest number of stallions per province in Canada, second only to Ontario. So next we're going to move on to speak about the foal incentive. And it's generally around this time of year that I deal with most of the breeders on the foal incentive. So this was launched by the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. The first year that it was offered was 2020. And it's to help owners cover a portion of the cost of their foal registration with Standardbred Canada. So we're hoping with this that will promote early registration of foals, that it's going to provide a tracking mechanism for statistical purposes and gives us an accurate view of the eligibility numbers for these foals once they start to pay into stakes. So it's great from my perspective because I get to see the number of foals we have that are island foaled early prior to their yearling stakes payments. In order to receive this incentive, you have to be foaled on PEI, and the mare must have resided here for 183 days during the foaling year. So in 2020, the Standardbred Breeders and the Industry Association revised their Breeders' Awards to include the resident mare program. So again, you see how this resident mare form comes into play because you are eligible for the full incentive if you have a resident mare, provided that you've submitted your documentation. So applications for this close on January 31st. Your full registrations close on December 31st. The payout is $250, so it does cover a significant portion of your full registration. And we will see the payout usually during the 3rd or 4th week of February. And the payout, now this is a little different compared to the Breeders' Award. The payout for the full incentive goes to the owner of the foal on record at the time of the payout. And if you have multiple owners on a foal, it will go to the first owner of the foal on record. Then they have the responsibility to in turn pay their partners on the foal. So we're just going to show you a little snapshot of this program since its inception and the growth we've seen year over year to date. We have a breed development fund for this program of $50,000. So in 2020, we had 154 foals born on the island. We paid out $38,500. If you go right to 2022, you will see that we're currently at 202 foals, and this year we will actually go over our budgeted amount by $500. Okay, so now you've bred your mare, you've had a foal, you've maybe sold your foal in the Atlantic Classic sale, and now your foal, which has now turned into a 2 or 3 year old racing. So what kind of programs are available for you as the breeder of that animal? So we'll talk about the Island Breeders' Awards. So again, the path to receiving an Island Breeders' Award is if you're an off-island resident, you had a resident mare here. If you're an island resident, your mare has foaled here. It's island foaled, and it's raced in the eligible stakes. So what are those eligible stakes? So if we have a look there, those are the 5 stakes that we have for the Industry Association money set aside for this. Your earnings from the Lady Slipper, the O'Brien, the Atlantic Sire Stakes, the Brian Andrew Trot, and the PEI Colt Stakes. So these will be calculated, the earnings on the horses that you've bred that have raced in these stakes at 2 and 3. So those will be considered for your payout. Now, just before I start to tell you how we do the payout, you'll notice there's one stake there that's missing, and that's the Home Hardware Maritime Breeder stake. And the reason for that is those breeders are paid separately, and the breeder award for that stake is 10%. So for the stakes that fall under the industry umbrella and the breeder's payouts for that stake, this is how we calculate your payout. So each year, the industry association will set a pot of money aside for this. In 2022, it was $125,000. So we're going to take that $125,000, we're going to divide it by the total eligible earnings combined of 2 and 3-year-olds that fit the criteria and have raced in those 5 stakes that I've just given to you. We're going to divide that, we're going to get a percentage. So for the last 3 years, we've been trending in the 8.2 to 8.3% range on this. So once we get that percentage, we then go breeder by breeder and calculate your eligible earnings, multiply that by the 8.3, whatever percent it is for that year, and that is how we achieve your payout. So here's a chart just showing some good examples of the payouts we've done year over year since 2020. So you can see that the industry funding has increased from the original funding of $100,000 to $125,000 for the last 2 years. You can see the total eligible earnings of the horses that have been racing in those stakes have also gradually increased during that 3-year period, and that is due to more money being put into those stakes programs. So in turn, you'll see that breeders are having higher individual earnings and end-of-season payouts, and so that column on the right is showing you the average payout per breeder. So this year, the average breeder received $1,700 in a payout. I usually try to have these paid out not long after the sale concludes, so my aim for this is usually about the 3rd week in November. So now we're going to talk about a relatively new program here on PEI. This was started in 2021. And again, it was another incentive that was thought of by the Breeders Association. And what we decided to do with this is we wanted to help island breeders improve the genetics in their broodmare band. Also, we wanted to encourage newer breeders. We wanted to give them a little bit of extra money to be able to purchase a mare. So maybe they were originally looking at a mare that was, $7,000 or $8,000 in full, and we were hoping with this little bit of additional money, it would either help cover some of their expenses to get the mare to the island, or help them shop maybe in a higher price bracket. So 2021 was the first year of the program. We started out with a breed development fund of $50,000 for this program. And how it worked was you received a certain amount of money if your mare was in foal, and you received another amount of money if your mare was not in foal. So we divided the money up into slots for the program. And of course, our goal was to hopefully get as many mares in foal to the island as possible, with the hopes of, again, bringing those live foal numbers to bring those up year over year. So in the first year of the program, we had 9 mares purchased from the 10 slots that were available, and we had 8 foals that were born. So when you consider that, the national live foal rate hovers somewhere between 55 and 60%, having 8 live foals born from 9 mares is quite a good statistic for the first year of this program. So unfortunately, in the first year, we did lose 1 foal and 1 mare, which was quite unfortunate. And the Industry Association paid out a total of $31,500 in assistance through this program. So the next year, as with anything that you roll out, you learn from the first year. We changed some criteria in the program to open it up a bit more. And so far in 2022, we have brought 4 mares onto the island with this program, 1 in full trot mare, 2 in full pace mares, and 1 not in full pace mare. So we do have a bit of an announcement with this program. So once again, we allotted 10 slots. To date, we only have 4 mares purchased for the program. The breeders that were successful in the slot draw have until March 1st to purchase a mare. So next week, we will put out a notice of intent if we have any vacant slots available in this program, and we will encourage breeders to submit applications. I encourage you to go to the peiharnessracing.ca website to read the criteria for the program under the Forums tab. If you've purchased a mare from April 1st, 2022 on, and it meets that criteria, you're welcome to put an application in. We have divided the program this year into 5 pace and 5 trot slots. So currently, we have 6 slots open if no more mares are purchased prior to March 1st. And we will have, I think here, 4 trot and 2 pace slots available. So amongst all my statistics here, I thought I would give you some interesting island-specific breeder facts. So PEI has the 2nd largest breeding industry in Canada, second only to Ontario, which is great considering the size of our province. We currently have 221 registered breeders here on the island as of 2022. And just an interesting statistic to show you how well island-bred horses are performing in other jurisdictions. In 2022, PEI foaled horses earned a total of over $9 million in earnings combined, and just over $5.2 million of that was earned in Canada alone. So this definitely shows, you know, the amount of work that our breeders are putting in and how our horses can compete on the world stage. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention the culmination of all your breeding efforts when you enter your horse into the Atlanta Classic sale. So I thought I would put some statistics up. Now this is a little hard to read, so I'll just give you a brief synopsis of it. The sale in 2022 this year was the highest grossing sale in Atlanta Classic history at $1.891 million. We had the largest number of animals go through the ring in 12 years of Atlanta Classic sale history. Our average per horse was over $15,000. So you do see a bit of a drop in average from 2021 to 2022, but we were selling more animals in 2022 than 2021. So I think this goes to show the quality of our horses, that we were only $1,800 below our 2021 average in 2022 with quite a few more horses. The last 2 years, we've seen over 70 horses each year sell for more than $10,000. So this is proof that maritime breeders have a highly sought-after product and that they're performing well on the racetrack. Now, if you are interested in putting your horse into the Atlanta Classic sale, the deadline for entries is always May 31st. This year, 2023. We also have a new and improved website, which is atlantic/classic.com. What you will see on this website, it's dedicated to the sale. We wanted to have something where we could showcase the horses in the sale, their photos, their videos, And we also wanted to have something where you could sort them, make lists of the ones that you wanted to bid on. So this site is dedicated to results, pedigrees, sale book, digital sale book. We also put the digital sale preview book on the site. That usually comes out Colt Stakes weekend, early in September. You'll find consignor pictures and videos of the horses in the sale, and you'll have the ability to sort them alphabetically. We have a live video feed on there for sale day, and we also have a link to our online auction site, which is run through Auctions 2.0, where you can create an account and sign up to bid on sale day. So that concludes my presentation. I hope that gives you a little bit of a snapshot of our breeding industry here at PEI, and I'd be willing to take any questions if you have any.
Check, 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 check. Yeah, I have a mic if anybody has any questions.
Did I lull you all to sleep with my statistics? Maybe I should have done this before lunch.
All right, thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Julie, and I guess when you don't have questions, I mean, you did a great job with your presentation. So I think measuring, being able to measure, it's so great to have Julie, and we're able to measure where you're at when in the industry, and allows you to, if you're looking for support, it gives you numbers, and gives you a lot more credibility when you're as an industry, for sure, when you can look at the numbers and look at growth, and maybe even look at things that maybe aren't going so well, and but having someone in our industry that can do all that measurements for us and put it on graphs is really important to make ourselves relevant. Nick's here, so we're welcome, Nick and Cam. These are teaming up for the Wilson presentation. Thanks, guys, for that.
I think they're there.
Hello, Nick.
Do we have the Wilsons there from Ontario? Are you on the line?
Yeah, we're here. Can you hear us?
Perfect, perfect. So we have Dean and Ashley Wilson from Ontario. They'll admit they're a little bit new to the they're a little bit new to the business, but they've become one of the biggest consigners in the London Classic yearling sale, and they're one of the biggest horse breeders in Canada right now. And we're just so happy that they agreed to come on and talk to us today. Can we get a round of applause for them signing on for us?
Thank you for having us.
So, Dean, you were telling me you were in the cattle business. Ashley was kind of in more of the riding horse, show horse world originally.
Yep.
You got married in 2014. And tell us a little bit, how did that marriage turn into one of the biggest breeding farms in Canada?
I don't know, we both have been around horses our whole life, so yeah, we love horses, and we were involved with the breeding and the racing and the selling of yearlings there before that. And then once we were married in 2014, we joined forces. And Ashley just thought when we were married that we should buy a few broods and start selling some yearlings. So just kind of expanded from there, and there's a couple mares at the start, and now we're up to 18 of our own now. So.
Yeah, and you guys kind of, so you got out of the cattle business. You told me you had one brood mare at the time, and then you kind of.
Yeah, I didn't actually. I haven't quite got out of the cattle business yet. I just got down to numbers. As the horse numbers increased, I got less in the cattle business.
Yeah, and we have Cam McPhee here, and Cam's going to ask you some questions too. take that.
Mike Malfunction. You touched on having such a large farm. You now have 52 mares on the farm, 18 of your own, 34 boarders, and a combined list of 36 yearlings. Tell us about your setup and run through a typical day on the farm.
You go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, just lots of chores all day. Get up, feed, and we have a lot of horses in at night right now, so turn out and stalls and turn in and feed and we get in late, start early, so just a lot of chores all day. We hired our first full-time girl in July, so it's been a lot of work that we've done by ourselves, but now we have some help, so it's nice.
Yeah, you got this one ain't working. You have 88 horses there right now. As he said, 52 mares, 18 of your own, 34 for other people, 36 yearlings. You were telling me about your feeding program, and you guys do a great job feeding your yearlings, but it's a lot of work. Tell us how you do that.
Yeah, well, we first started out selling or feeding them just a 13% sweet feed mix, and then we we'd get some moldy bags and stuff like that. So I went to the feed mill there and I asked for the formula. So we started mixing our own feed, and I grow my own oats, and we buy bulk molasses. And we mix it in a cement mixer every morning and every night. We add the oats, and we add some soybean meal and some cracked corn and minerals and some finishing touch, and it mixes up while we're feeding others. And yeah, so we're kind of our own little feed mill here.
And tell us a little bit about your business model. You board a lot of mares. What does it cost to board a mare at your farm? And how much does it cost to board a yearling? And, what goes into that calculation?
We just put the rates up to $5.75 for a mare and $4.75 for a yearling. And then we had to put it up just because all the feed went up so much this past year. Yeah. I wouldn't say that we make a whole lot boarding, but yeah, it kind of keeps the cash flow for the year to the good thing. But
yeah, you said that your business model is kind of the boarders pay all of the bills month to month, enough to keep your own so that you're not taking anything out of pocket to breed your own horses. And then kind of at the yearling sale is kind of your extra capital. That's kind of all gravy in the fall.
yeah, we've been always taking that and putting it back into the farm. 2 new buildings and new fences and fix old fences and buy some new mares. So we've gotten up to 18 mares now. So yeah, we've taken everything pretty much and put it back in the business. But yeah, this past fall was the first time that we actually charged commission at selling. So that was it was a great year. Great fall for us this year.
Yeah, was it ever? You had 35 yearlings. How many of those were your own?
Not even sure. 9 or 10, I think, something like that. Yeah.
We had parts on some of them, so sometimes to get some of these mares, we have to make deals to get the good ones. So a couple of those were on deals, and now we own more of the mares.
And then, and one thing you guys do, when you said kind of industry standard in Ontario, is you have an extra charge. If I had a mare with you guys, you would charge me to foal out that mare at foaling time. What's the cost for that?
$400. So we used to include that too, but like we pay people to come and wait at night and watch the mares, and then they come and wake us up. So
it's a lot of work. And I think we have the flyover video from your farm that you guys did. I think we're going to play that right now, guys. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about your property while we're looking at this.
Okay.
You can talk. I don't think we can't see it on here. So
Yeah, you guys said you have 1,000 acres there in Kerwood?
Yeah, between the family, yes, we farm 1,000 acres there. So we used to be a big cattle operation. Cattle business has got to be tough, and so we've been diversing. So we thought we would yeah try the standardbred business here and see how it worked out. So we're quite happy with our decision.
Yeah, and I know a couple things you guys told me when I was talking to you the other day. All of your yearlings are in groups of 6. You kind of don't have a herd. You keep them in 6s just to make sure that everybody's doing well, everybody gets lots to eat. We can kind of see that in the video here too.
Yeah, we did a lot of small, instead of just just huge paddocks. We've done a lot of small paddocks so we could separate, like mares. Yeah, there's always a dominant one, and so we try to put them together so that they're not two dominant ones in the same pasture fighting.
So that the foals don't get in the way.
Yeah, seem to get along better that way. Just small, and there's not fighting over the feed, right? So when we do hay, we have as you can see, the hay feeders out there. We feed hay all year round. It's all like a buffet. They help themselves whenever they need it. So a little bit of grass, but yeah, when I first started, I didn't ever expect it to be this big. So I keep adding a pasture here and a pasture there every year, and yeah, getting there.
You touched earlier on growing your farm and buying new brood mares. How do you select a new brood mare for your operation?
We start pedigree, and then we'll get pictures or look at the pictures and stuff to see how they stand, because we're pretty much just selling yearlings, so we want yearlings to stand well, and we'd like to see that there's resources in the family. Erin herself has a good arc and everything, that's bonus. And price too. We're just getting started, so we don't like to overpay on anything. We don't trouble, right?
And we're kind of switching to trotters now. So we're going out to buy brood mares now. We're looking at trotters instead of pace so much. There's such a high demand here in Ontario for them. Everybody seems to be looking for the trotters now. They're can make a little more money with them, and they don't have to go quite so fast. So there seems to be a big demand now for trotters. They always sell well, and they have a good value at the end, even if they aren't really great on the track. They make we have the Amish community around here. They're sought after, and also for broodmares in the future.
And you have a little different philosophy for how you buy your trotting mares. You tell me you bought some nice pacing mares on gate and from some different people. But your trotters, you have a little different route to buy them. Tell us about that.
For the last few years there, we've been taking the money that we got from our sale, and we usually try to keep it between the 20 and 30,000, and Ashley goes down to Harrisburg and picks one out, and yeah,
like a yearling trotting film.
It's hard to buy them after they've raced and had a good mark. Their value is so high, so we try to buy a yearling that's good on paper, that has good conformation, and for some reason in the sale that they didn't bring a lot of money. Like this year we bought one, she had a bum knee, but everything else on her was really good. She had a family that had sold 5 over 100,000 before her. She was a really good value with the knee, and we didn't care whether she raced or not, because that's not what we were after for. And last year we bought another one. She was a June foal late. She was the 15th one out of the mare, but the mare had already put out $1 million. So we took a chance with her, and we got her for 25 US that year. So, and she's training. We have her training. We would like to race her, and she looks promising. So.
You told me. Sorry. You told me you take your mares in the 1st of December from outside, put them under lights. And then what kind of system do you have for monitoring those mares? Do you use cameras in the barn or the stalls? Do you use foal alerts? What's your philosophy towards that?
Yeah, we use cameras, and we have we watch the mares too from in the barn. So Drew, he's the oldest boy. He stays in the barn until 2 a.m. and watches Netflix and stuff and watches the mares. And then Dean gets up from 2 to 5 a.m. and he's either in the barn or watching on the camera. And then I get up at 5 a.m. and do the same. So, and then just start the day. And we're always watching the mares. But we don't have
Full alert, no.
No, the full alert. No, we just watch cameras and watch for signs. And checking udders all the time. And
Yeah, and you were telling me, Dean, I think you said your oldest son, he likes to sit in the barn when it's dark out and watch Netflix and make sure none of the mares are full.
Yeah.
And we have the video here from your top price trotter and the London sale. I think we're going to take a look at that.
To foaling season. What do you folks keep on hand for foaling out mares, and what are some of your must-haves for foaling season?
we have towels on hand ready to dry the foal off when they come out. And we like to get, I'll shake the nose a little bit and get all the liquid out. And then we always give the foals an enema just to help pass the first stool. And we do iodine on the navel. We have some stuff if needed. We have clamps for the umbilical if they're bleeding a bit. Then we have chains and stuff needed, but we haven't had to use them too often.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Yeah, we have a vet he gets here pretty quick when we need her. We like to milk the mare out while the foals come out and get the colostrum and check it, and then we'll give the foal a bottle. If her colostrum's good, we'll give him a bottle before he's standing just to give him some energy, and then we stick around and we wait for the foal to get up and help him find the udder and get everything working. If the mare doesn't have great colostrum, we'll supplement with stuff we have in the freezer. And if we're worried about a foal, like if it didn't nurse enough or not great colostrum, then we'll have the vet check for IgG in the morning. But yeah, did I forget anything?
I think so. Good. Yeah, no, we just, if it's cold night, we have a big propane heater that we turn on and heat the barn up. So as soon as the foal's dried off, then we shut it down. But yeah, just try to make it as comfortable as I can for the foal when he's first born.
So after that mare foals, you have the foal in good health and everything's fine that way, and you're looking towards breeding her back. What's your timeline for that? Do you look for foal heat? Do you skip the foal heat and try a new cycle, or what do you guys normally do?
We usually breed full heat. We'll check, and if the mare is if she's too fast, like a 7-day full heat or 8-day, we sometimes skip it. Just the mare hasn't had enough time to clean sometimes, and we'll wait for the next heat. But if she has a nice strong full heat and everything looks good on the ultrasound, like she's nice and clean inside, then we'll breed at full heat, like 10 days or 11 days. Yeah.
Yeah, and you said if they ovulate a little bit too quick, you don't like breeding on the full heat. You'll
Yeah.
skip that.
Yep.
And then you
This time of year, we have lots of time to get them back in full. So at the end of the year, we might breed full heat no matter what, and then if it's too quick, then we'll short cycle. But usually we just take our time this time of year, let the mares do the work and track them.
Next topic. What about halters on your foals and yearlings? Do you put them on right away? Do you leave them off? Tell us about that.
Yeah, usually we'll put them on when they're little and teach them how to lead with, like, we'll use the rope around their butt and stuff so that we don't pull too hard on them. But it doesn't hurt to get them used to having that on and not being nervous with it. And then when they get weaned, we leave them in the stalls for a bit and then teach them leading in and out during the day and night, and that helps a lot when they're weaned to learn how to lead before they get too big.
What about a maintenance program for your broodmares? Floating teeth, trimming feet, vaccinations. Do you have that on a schedule, or do you go case by case?
Yeah, they get regular feet trims. Teeth we do if they need it. So if we have one that's kind of not looking as great as she should, or if she's dropping feed and stuff, not eating everything, we'll get her teeth checked and float when needed. And then vaccinations, we do the mares 4 to 6 weeks before we think they're going to foal, so that it's antibodies are in the colostrum. And like we just did all of our maidens and open mares right now, so that they're ready for a year. Yeah.
And what do you vaccinate for?
Our vet uses that Terra Gold, and it covers pretty much everything. And then rabies and tetanus and stuff too. And then we use a rotavirus vaccine too on the mares. It's just so the foals don't get the bad diarrhea.
And what about selecting a stallion for your mare? Do you like crossing them up 3x3, 4x4, or do you take a different look towards pedigree?
Yeah, we usually try to stay away from the 3x3 and close ones, but that's just our preference. We try to just pick studs that we think that people will be after at the sales, who we think are going to be doing well in the stakes and stuff, and then people will be after them. And fertility too, if there's a stud that we know that's tough, then we might stay away. If we have a tough mare, we don't want to play with fire, so sometimes we go that way and just pick on conformation and the stallion's pedigree. If we like ones that have a lot of good family and siblings and stuff that have done well too, not just a
fluke, yeah.
Yeah, not just a one hit kind of stud. So mostly it's what we'll look at studs that are proven. We'll go through and see kind of which ones they cross well with certain broodmare sires and stuff. We'll kind of go through our list that way. And new stallions, we like to support them when they come here and breed a few to the new studs too.
And we also listen to the buyers. When they're viewing the yearlings there, they tell us who they like and what they like to see, and so then we kind of go by there too. What the buyers want. So that's how we go that way.
Yeah, and I know you mentioned to me you sold a few very nice-looking McWickeds in the London sale. That was the first crop of them. They're terrific-looking yearlings. But you didn't breed back to McWicked, and you were telling me it's kind of a commercial decision. Talk us through that.
Yeah, now we'll breed heavy in the first year, and then kind of sit back and see how they do at the races before we breed too many more back. just make sure that he does well. We yeah, like the first I don't want to make anybody upset, but like Sunshine Beach there, it was hard to get into him the first couple of years, and then after it was really quick that people got sour off of Sunshine Beach. So we don't really want to get stuck with yearlings that nobody wants. So we'll just wait and see, and if he does well as a sire, then we'll breed back to him.
And do you help your clients pick a stallion, or do you let them do that themselves?
Both. Usually people have a good idea of who they want to breed to, and they'll ask what we think, and we can give advice on their certain mares and stuff. But like if a mare is on the small side and it's a small stud, then those kind of things. Or if sometimes if a mare doesn't toes in and you got a stud that toes out, sometimes that works out in the middle. But yeah, usually most of our boarders they like to make their own calls. So.
When do you wean your foals?
November 1st, usually around that date. So after the London sale, all the yearlings are out of the stalls, and then we have lots of room. We like to bring the moms and babies in, and we get everybody microchip done, and we deworm again, and usually we'll have the blacksmith around then that time too, and just get all the babies all set up, and then we wean. We leave the groups will kind of bring the ones that have been together in the fields. We'll leave the foals beside each other in the stalls, and so they're pretty quiet when they get weaned. We take the moms out, put them back in the groups that they were in without their babies, and they're usually happy, no calling, because the foals are pretty good age by then. And the babies, they might call for half an hour, and then that's about it.
Run us through how you prep your yearlings for the sale from start to finish.
Sorry, what's that?
I said, run us through your yearling sale prep from start to finish.
Yeah, we tend to bring them in August 1st, mostly just to get them out of the sun, because they've been out in the sun and they're bleached and everything. And so we bring them in August 1st, and we groom them every day, just mainly just to get their coat shiny to have the video for August 30th. We try to do our videos as early as we can so that the yearling buyers have lots of time to look at them. And I don't know, do you want to? I just said we brought them in August 1st, and we do
Yeah,
the videos.
that's when we start.
Yeah.
We usually book videos for around September 1st, and we like to have them out ready early so people start looking. Put them on the website right away, and
yeah. So then we get them. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
One of the biggest difference with the London sale versus definitely the sale here, and the sale in the States would be the same as Ontario. All of the yearlings they're very, very well handled. You're able to pick up all 4 feet. You can touch them all over. They're not going to run away. They're not going to kick you. That's one thing that, there's some work to be done for our sale on the East Coast. So tell us a little bit about how do you get those horses so completely manageable that anybody can handle them during that very busy day?
Yeah, just repetition for them. Like we like the first part, we were grooming them every day just to get them shiny for the video, and then after that, from the video time on to the sale time, then that's when we start, picking up their feet every day. Running over them with rags and stuff so that they're used to that. But it's more just the repetition of being handled every day that they just calm down and they're just used to it. But you just have, you have to start out and you first start brushing them, but you don't want to fight them. You never want to fight them. You just first day you do what you can, and then next day you get a little bit farther, and the next day before you know it, after weeks gone by, you can brush them all over and they don't mind at all. But it's just you don't want to think that you're going in there with an old racehorse and you can just pick up their feet and brush them all over on the first day. It's just patience and just time, and they get used to it, and they're comfortable with you. If you're nice to them, they'll be nice to you in the long run.
Yeah, and do you have any tricks for how you teach the yearlings to pick up their feet?
No, just over the time. Actually, we have a terrific blacksmith that he never likes to trank them. He always wants them to learn. So our yearlings, from the time they're foals, they get their feet done regularly. We bring them in, and he never lets go. Like when he gets their feet up, they give in, and then yeah, they're really good with their feet the time they come to that yearling prep times. So they're pretty good at that time. But Ashley has a few tricks there. She's done the rope thing if you have a really bad one. But
Yeah, usually our own, we don't need to do any of that. But
yeah. Like just by not using trank, we feel that they have a chance to trank. They're sleeping. They're not really learning. They're just getting the job done. But if you're able to do it without trank and
patience again,
our blacksmith's got patience of gold. Like I couldn't believe him. But yeah, it's just doing that, and they learn, and they're good at it after that.
You sold 35 yearlings in London last year, and that was the only sale you consigned horses at. Why was that?
Local, like London is only half an hour down 402, right? So that's a big part of it. It's a great place to. I mean, it's nice and clean, and Greg did.
Yeah, big, bright, and beautiful facility.
And they're Ontario. We figure like if you have the product, they're going to sell good anywhere. And we feel that you go to Harrisburg, it's kind of the same guys that are there looking that there are in London. Like all the Ontario guys are looking for Ontario bread. So yeah, it's just the cost of going to Harrisburg as compared to London is quite a bit higher. And we like to be, like a big fish in a small pond here. And if we go down to Harrisburg, we might be, looked over because we're not recognized down there.
And you told me you had, what was it, 2 Captain Crunches last year, and you didn't want to put them in London because they were American bred, but you sold them online. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
They actually both ended up with Ontario people, so that was kind of funny. We sold them on OnGate through that yearling auction thing that they did. But yeah, they didn't bring a whole lot, but yeah. So
we're kind of disappointed in that
in the sale, but we're happy they're gonna have a good shot and that people were happy with them. So we have 2 more to sell this coming year that are Captain Crunches. So we have to figure out pretty quick what we're going to do with them this year. Pretty nice ones this year that we have to sell. That's the only U.S. ones that we ourselves really will probably sell that share or something and just stick to Ontario, I think.
And you were telling us when you sell a horse for someone else, you're charging 4% commission on that. So if someone wanted to send a yearling to you, when would you want it? And would you prep them the same as your own for sale day? Start them August 1st.
Yeah, usually we get everybody in August. For some of them come a bit later. But the more time you have with them, the more we can get done. For if they need weight or extra handling and stuff, and you need that kind of time to get them there. But
And Dean, you were telling me you had a really nice pacing colt that you sold in London. I think I want to say he's a Better's Delight. You got 80,000 for him. We have a video of that guy. Let's take a look at him.
He was actually a McWicket also, out of a Captain Treacherous mare. But he was super. Yeah, he was a first foal out of a really nice mare, and yeah, he was. There's not. Yeah, he was beautiful looking horse.
It's coming here.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, McWicket out of Akima. Yeah, tell us a little bit about this guy. He's very flashy and very shiny.
Yeah. Those ones are for, we picked up 3 weaned colts from ASA that year before, so in the fall after the sale. So we just raised them from weanlings to yearling. And then, yeah, he did a good job raising them up to that point, and he raised, that year he raised some fillies, so one of the fillies, which she brought 110 that we sold for him, so that was nice too. So he tends to raise either colts or fillies. So this year we went and picked up 2 fillies for him, and he's going to raise some colts at his place this year.
Is there any tricks you use while you're doing these videos?
So that paddock is across the road from the home farm here, and we don't turn them out into that paddock till video day. So they get nice and lively going out there, and they've never been in that field, so they get revved up, I guess you'd say. But yeah, we have a line of people there that have shakers and stuff, and we have a huge, those video days, we have a lot of help to get through that day. It's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that you can't see.
And last but not least, how do you feel you've set yourself up for success? And tell us a little bit about your plans for the future.
You go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's a hard one for us. Yeah, we just work hard, so that's a big part of the success. We just do the hard work. We've treated like our boarders' horses the same as we would our own. We take care of them all well. We think that we've built some broodmare band of our own that people would be after. We're trying to make that even stronger, and then we have lots of friends and family that help us out to get through the hard stuff and the like video days and the sale. There's a lot that goes into that setup, and yeah, just lots of family and friends that help chip in to get through all that stuff. And your brother does our website and helps through the year, and big help at sale time directing everybody and needs to see what yearling and keeping everything in line. Yeah, did I miss anything?
I don't think so.
Yeah, we have a lot of a lot of good girls that came to help us get the yearlings ready this year, and help get them all prepped and stuff. And they all have like full-time jobs besides this, so it's nice that we have some girls with good experience to come out and help us through prepping, and lots of good help for the sale to get us through that. You know, we were so busy at the sale, it was great and hard all at once. Good team.
Yeah, and you guys should be very proud of the job you did. You put on a first-class show.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
So do we have any questions from the audience for the Wilsons? Anybody want to pick their brain? Alexis Gass. Pete's going to get a mic up to her. And guys, Alexis is from Dusty Lane Farms in Cornwall. They're one of the biggest breeders in Atlantic Canada. She's got a question for you.
Okay.
How do you guys manage selling so many yearlings in one day? Like, how do you run your typical day on sale day?
Just get through it. Yeah, it's just chaos. Yeah, we try to be ready for it all. Like, we have a lot of people that come and help at the sale, so they're all experienced with yearlings. So that's a big thing. They know what they're doing. They're not scared of them, and they've worked the sales before, so they know it's chaos. Try to keep people hydrated and fed during the day.
Yeah, this was our first. This year here was our first huge year. Like the last time, the last live sale that we had, we only sold 13, which was nice and comfortable. And then we had the 2 online sales during COVID, so that wasn't. Yeah, we noticed that after that was kind of nice. It wasn't as much work. But then last year with 35 to bath them all and clip them all and get them loaded on the trailer and shipped in. And yeah, it was two crazy days before we shipped in there to getting them all bathed and stuff and getting everybody in there. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning for the show day that we got home. So it was a long day shipping them in.
Anybody else?
I have another question.
Oh, Alexa's going to go again.
Do you have any tips
Yep.
for attracting buyers?
We put like a banner ad on Standard Canada at the top there, and then we link that to our website. So then on our website we have like the pedigrees, and sometimes we'll do pictures and stuff, and then we'll have the videos up and ready early. And then if people like what they see on the videos, then a lot of people come to the farm and see them before the sale. And they like to get their hands on them before and have we open to having vets out their vets, and we'll hold for them if they have one they really like and they want to get it checked over. We're always available, so I think that's a big thing. We get people looking online, and then we're just make ourselves available. If they call, we're ready to see people. So.
Then Scotty Rollison has a question up here from Ocean View Farms.
Great presentation. I was tuned into the sale in London this year and pretty impressed with the product coming from your farm. Just describe maybe the emotions going through your mind sale day of the roller coaster of adrenaline and anxiety, and maybe at what point during that day or after do you take a deep breath and start to relax and feel some of the satisfaction?
Yeah, it's wild. Like Dean and I, we try to keep our expectations not too high so that we're always content, and we were just blown away this past year on how well everybody sold. And we get kind of numbers in our head, and sometimes we don't get what we thought we would on some, but usually we're really thrilled with how some sell. And then like this past year we were just so busy, I didn't get a chance to go to the ring with even, I think, just one of them. My one top favorite I got to watch go through the ring. We were just too busy to actually take it all in until the day was over. Then it's just a big sigh of relief. And when you put all the numbers together, we were just blown away.
Anybody else? Well, thank you very much, Dean and Ashley. It was very informative, and we really appreciate you taking your time to speak to us today. And let's give them a big East Coast round of applause.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much, guys. Take care.
All right, take care. Bye. Hey, Angel.
Well, that was great, and I think that, in my short time in the industry, I think the preparation for the sales and the job the breeders have done and the job the committee has done and the facility we have, there's always more to do, and it's nice to hear how other people are doing things and when they start. And most of us don't do this full time like Twinbrook or Dean and Ashley are, so we just kind of do our best, but there are always little tricks that you can learn to help speed the thing up a little bit, and I know that the earlier you can get them to learn to trust everything you're doing with them, the better, but unfortunately that doesn't always happen when it's supposed to. Lee is here. Hi, Lee. Yeah. Great, thanks for having us today. So welcome, Lee. Lee Drake's going to come and speak on going to say a few words about Standardbred Canada. Lee's on the executive of Standardbred Canada there now, and has been in the past, and introduce our two presenters from Standardbred Canada as well. Welcome, Lee.
Well, thank you very much, Bruce, and welcome to all of you here today, and to all of you that are joining us online today as well. Really appreciate the opportunity here today, and I want to start with saying a congratulations to the Breeders' Committee here as part of the 2023 Island Horse Breeders' Conference. Last night was a fabulous way to kick it off, and today has been an excellent session throughout the day. And when you embrace technology the way we do, I had the opportunity to not miss a beat there last night, even though I had some other commitments. So it's been fantastic, and I know there's been a lot of work put into it, and it really shows. And just love the information that's coming out. As Bruce said, Standardbred Canada Director, going into my second term. I really work with an all-star cast. And two of them you're going to be introduced to here today with Barb Wilson and Joy Power, so I'll get to them in just a minute. But I want to start with what just wrapped up last weekend, and with the O'Brien Awards. And I want to congratulate all of those across the country, but more importantly here on the East Coast and Atlantic Canada, and especially here in Prince Edward Island. And when you look at what we do from a breeding standpoint, the owners, the trainers, the drivers, the grooms, everyone involved in the essential services with Standardbred Canada, and that's, of course, what we do. We really should be very proud, and I know it takes a big team to do that. So congratulations to all the winners there, and not only that, but when you're nominated for an O'Brien Award, Media Excellence, or whatever the case may be, you really should be very proud in the fact that we're doing things right. Standardbred Canada is the national leader that records and communicates information about standardbred breeding and racing. Our vision statement is Standardbred Canada is essential support for the standardbred horse industry in Canada. And 3 years ago, I had a first-rate glimpse of the great work that Standardbred Canada does, the incredible team that they have from coast to coast to coast, and of course, at the end of the day, member services and the communication platforms that we have, and also some of the big announcements that are coming down just recently. I know if you have your newest copy of the Trot magazine that's out, you'll notice that there's even a bid and buy platform that's going to be launched here soon. You'll see it in the Standardbred Canada marketplace for both fixed price listings and auction style bidding, access to complimentary pedigrees and race line reports, photos and videos, user friendly, it's mobile friendly, and a lot of work has gone into that. And so just some of the many things that are coming down as well. So I know that, like you probably head to the Standardbred Canada website multiple times a day, and for several different reasons. And with member services and the field rep that we have here, it's very important for Standardbred Canada to maybe dive in a little more on those. And so Barb Wilson, 23 years and counting, and does a great job. We appreciate that. Joy Power, probably one of the busiest field reps across the country. 12 years service, appreciate that. And I know every horse person on Prince Edward Island and Atlantic Canada that comes here knows how important that you two both play in the role of the horse industry here in Prince Edward Island. So with further ado, I'd like to introduce Barb Wilson and Joy Power to the ceremony today. Thank you.
How's that for an opening? Here we go. Thanks, Joy. Thank you very much, Lee, for the introduction. It'll be actually 24 years in and April, I'll be at Standardbird Canada. All the time in the member service department. The majority of that time would be in full registration. So we can start first going to talk about Track It. Now you're wondering how to find Track It on the home page of the website. There's two places you can go to get it. So there's the head page. So you can go to the Track It there, or to the right to where it says resources. You can find them both there. And sign up is quite easy on the main page. When you click on Track It, you get this. You'll put in your own username and password. And you click there to get more info. And if you want to watch the tutorials, they're there as well to help you with it. Yeah, anyone who signs up gets 1 week free. You get 125 credits to go to see if you like it. And there are different option plans. There's the opt-in, the $55. You can renew that with your membership every year. You get 125 credits a month. If you can do pay as you go, you can buy blocks of credits that don't expire. Is there something going? Okay, sorry. And, oops. Yeah, and the monthly as you go for super users, as is the breeders looking for crosses for their stallions, and there's many options you can do. Okay, full registration. The application and fees, obviously it's cheaper to do it within the first 4 months of foaling. It's the best value. Now, you do not have to have the microchipping, the DNA submitted prior to putting in your full application. You can just do it within the first couple of months the foal is born. Everything else falls into line. The year-end deadline, December 31st, we require the application, the fees, and the mating certificate to be received at the office, like I said, by December 31st of the year of foaling. The applications can be mailed, emailed, faxed, submitted via eShop. Identification of microchipping. Stephen McLeod is the person you call here in the Maritimes, and he is on contract starting May 1st, going until October. Best time to call him probably within a week of him starting so he can make his schedule. They do their own scheduling. One thing I wanted to talk to you about this great incentive program you have here in PEI is when you buy a mare who is in foal or a mare who is open, try to do your transfer as soon as possible because you may forget about it if you want to wait to make sure the foal stays or what the foal looks like. Because if you do the transfer after the foal is born or before the mare is even bred, if you're going to breed her, you won't be listed as breeder of record unless you own that mare the day she is bred. And same with waiting and doing it after the foal is born, you won't be the owner of the foal because by our definitions, the breeder of record is the owner of the mare when she is bred. The owner of the foal is the owner of the mare at the time she is bred. So in mare reports, the best time to get them in is as soon as you've been notified and you find out your mare is barren. It helps keep her pedigree recent, up to date. There's no gaps in her foal records. When you go look at the pedigree page in a sale book, if there's a couple of gaps, people are wondering what happened to those horses. So you report as soon as she is barren. You can contact Standardbred Canada by phone. You can fill out the forms on the website, email, eShop. Like I said, you can call it in. And same with the importance of sex changes. Again, it's just keeping your horse's information updated. An incorrect sex on a horse can void a claim. It can help you, it could mess up your staking, because if you have her listed as a filly and it's a colt, which happens, you won't be able to enter certain stakes. Oh yeah, and finding our SC forms on the website. Member services is the tag you go to, And when you click on that, the box opens up, and there's also member forums through eShop as well. And to find the breeding stats on our website, when this box opens up under racing, it's at the far side, and their breeding stats. And as Julie had mentioned earlier, our stats for breeding, if a mare is bred to more than one stallion, it's going to show as a breeding in the overall total of matings. And the stakes administration. So if you do it through our website, or if you just even want to get more information, you again go to the racing heading, and the far side is the staked, underneath stakes, sorry. Yeah, okay. So you can go there, and that's the title page. And then you go up to stakes, and when it opens, you can do the online stakes guide to find what your horse is eligible for. Again, you can pay through eShop. You can do the SC stakes online, and there is a charge per yearling when you start off. There's also a charge for the 2 and 3 year olds or aged horses of $40. And we have the stakes administration. Yearling stake nominations, May 15th. Stake nomination forms are sent to the first owner of record on the horses. Payments can be made online and by mail, and please send it registered mail so it is traceable. And you can verify we have reminders in the magazine, reminders on the website of when these stakes are due. And if you do enter them online, they show up automatically on the horse under Track It, and you can find out what they're paid into. Okay, so SC contacts, our main office number is 905-858-3060. And our office hours are Ontario Eastern hours, 8:30 to 4:30. And if you want to find our contact information on the head page of the website. And the basic member services, it goes to everyone in the office. Whoever's on the phone, not on the phone, picks it up, is extension 3. Stakes information is Amelia, 254. Registration is me. Track It, Linda Henry. Racing services at daytime is 251 or 285 for eligibility fees, and that's Val Boom and Liz Marchand. So yeah, I've loved working with the breeders. I find you a very optimistic group of people. Seeing that you're working on 3 years down the line, and you hope that things work out, and it's very tragic when things don't work out. Your best foal gets kicked or goes under the fence or gets hurt, but yet you keep going and you keep the industry running. And I love PEI so much that my husband and I moved here in the fall. We've enjoyed the hurricane, and we've enjoyed the record temperature setting the minus 49 with the wind chill. We stayed in. But no, it's been a great experience, and I'm very happy to be here. And I don't have PEI work hours. I still do the Ontario hours, but I'm available for calls all day. So thank you, and Joy Power is going to say a few things as well.
Hi, everyone. Sure you all know me. I'm the Racing Service Representative, and my Standardbred Canada duties are, and oh, by the way, I work on race days only. So I work Saturday, Sunday if we're racing here or Summerside, and on Monday morning I'm getting emails and texts. When are you in the office? When are you in the office? I'll be back on Thursday when we race. Love to be here all the time, but my duties are just on race day. And my duties are, I represent Standardbred Canada 2 hours prior to post time, or 1 hour prior to the qualifiers. So everyone says, when do you come to the office? So depending on post time, if it's just a race day and no qualifiers, I'm here 2 hours prior to post. And if there's qualifiers, I'm here 1 hour prior to qualifier. And I'm here till the races are over. But if you have business to do and a lot of it, a lot of paperwork, don't wait till the end of the day, because at the end of the race card, the judges come down to sign off the race records, and it's really busy at the end of the day. So try and, if someone came every 10 minutes, that would be great. Sometimes you come in the office and there's 5 or 6 people lined up, so just be patient. If you have to, come back, you know, in an hour or whatever. But I'm happy to help everyone, answer any questions, get you the forms, and lead you in the right direction. I register new owners, so people that don't have a membership or a number yet, they come to see me and I give them the application. They can do it right then. It's, you know, 5 or 10 minutes. Transfer horse ownerships. And I suggest as soon as possible when you buy the horse. Had a gentleman come in one night, how come my name's not in the program? Excuse me? How come my name's not on my horse? Well, first, what's your name? And do you have a Standardbred Canada membership? A what? So I got him a membership. Then I gave him the transfer form to get the other owners to sign over, because when you're adding an owner or taking one off, all the previous owners sign off, whether you're staying on or not. It's like a transfer is a legal document that everyone agrees we're adding this owner. It's not just him come in and sign and he's now on the horse as well. So everyone has to sign the transfer. So do that ASAP so their name will be in the program. And anyone bringing in new owners, if you could educate them to say, first thing you need is Standardbred Canada membership, because it goes with a number. And everything at Standardbred Canada is done by numbers. Horse microchips, people have Standardbred Canada numbers, and everything is entered that way. I renew memberships, and when you go online and go under the membership services tab and go to the member forms, please click the Standardbred Canada /APHRC dual membership. That's the one we need to race in the Maritimes. And it's slightly different wording on the end of the form. The Standardbred Canada is slightly different than what the commission here requires. So please click the dual form. I collect and enter fines and suspensions, then I update the system. I input and maintain accurate database records. Implementing change of ownership to database necessitated by claims, plus transfers, and recording whether hard copy or electronic registration is on that horse. I implement electronic claiming authorization information. I input any sex changes that trainers or owners give to me. I input all race results for the qualifiers and the races, and entering reports for all types of races to the database as soon as they become available, and provide the judges with the copies to sign and ensure all the info is correct. So after a race goes, people will be looking online, say, oh, Joy must be busy, or why aren't the results up yet? Like, everyone expects it immediately. Sometimes there's a problem with the chart. The judges get it from the charter. There's a few mistakes. They send it back to the charter. He has to go back and review the video, fix the chart, send it back to the judges. They sign off and fax it to me, and then I enter it. So it's usually half an hour, roughly, after a race that you're going to see that result. And if I'm waiting on 6 people in a line, it could be an hour. But I do my best to get it up as soon as possible. I collect all delinquent ownership memberships and provide the judges with a delinquent report. So how do I know you had a birthday? When I come in and print the charts before the judges get here, I print all the delinquent records that include Coggins, eligibility fees, memberships, LASIX forms, claiming authorizations. So I usually do that the day or two before the race after the draw, and I will start texting trainers or calling owners to say, I need this, I need that, before your horse races next. So I try and be a little bit proactive, because on race day, that's the only day I'm here, and everyone's busy getting their horse ready to race and warm up, get to the paddock on time, and so on. I input Coggins test results upon receipt. I update and maintain the judges list. I'm entering eligibility fees of first-time starters. Enroll the horses put on the EIPH, which is the LASIX program, or I'm removing them from the LASIX program on forms provided by your veterinarian and also by the trainer. If they're going on to the LASIX program, the trainer has to give me an authorization form as well, because you're authorizing the LASIX people to give your horse LASIX. So without that, you're only half signed up, so we need that before your horse gets LASIX. I maintain a daily remittance on the Standardbred Canada database, including all fees that I collected for that day, plus all no money entries, any forms, mare reports, anything I might have received goes on that remittance. So when I sign off at the end of the night, Standardbred Canada head office knows what I did, how much I did, what forms I got, and they know what to be expecting next week in my mail package. My contact info for Charlottetown, when I'm here on race day, is, you might want to jot this down, it's 902-894-9919. Or if you call any of the race office numbers that you call when you enter your horse or whatever, there's someone at that phone that can put you through to me. And when we're in Summerside, the phone number is 902-888-5666, extension 4118. Okay, and that's my duties. In your package that you received this morning when you got here, one of the little black booklet, there's a sheet in there with important dates and contact information. So we just kind of went through and put all the important dates that breeders and stallion owners and mare owners should have. So hopefully that sheet will stick on the side of your fridge or on your bulletin board in your barn or something. But the Standardbred Canada Stallion Directory, it's on Standardbred Canada, and it's up to you people to put your stallion on there. If they're there, I think they go year to year. So the information's there for a person that wants to look up your stallion, see how much the stud fee is, who do they contact, all the information's there. Maritime Breeder Stallion nominations are due the 31st of March 2023. ASBA Stallion nomination, also March 31st, 2023 for the upcoming breeding season. Stallion reports are due on or before the 1st of September of the breeding year. So make sure those are in on time. Stake payments. 3-year-old nomination fees are due on or before February 15th, which is this coming Wednesday. For anyone that hasn't got them in the mail or done on eShop yet, please do so as soon as possible. Also this year, New Brunswick breeders stake payment for 2-year-olds, or it's due February 15th. This is something new this year, so anyone that has a horse that's New Brunswick bred and foaled, that needs to be paid this week as well. Nova Scotia 2-year-old stake payments are due on or before April 15th. The Mackenzie, the Stanfield, the Turner, those stakes. 2-year-old, all the other 2-year-old stakes are due on or before March 15th. The Brian Andrew Memorial 2-year-old trot nomination is due on or before April 15th. If you have a yearling that went through the Atlantic Classic sale, that nomination fee is $100. If it did not, but it's PEI foaled and it did not go through the sale, it's $450. Just to clarify, every owner or stable of 2 or 3-year-olds in the Atlantic Sire Stakes require an ASBA membership, which is due at time of nomination. Every year, an awful lot of people do not pay that with their nominations, but in the Atlantic Sires conditions, that's a condition. It's due at time of nomination. It's not, does my horse race as a 2-year-old, then I have to pay it. It's due at time of nomination. So please send it either with your 2-year-old stake payments or your 3-year-old stake payments. If there are 3 people listed on the horse, the 3 people need an ASBA fee, which is $60 each. If you have a stable of 10 people and listed on the horse, or however many are in your stable, the fee is $150. If you have 10 horses racing, you don't pay it 10 times. That's a fee for yourself as an owner or your stable. Where am I? Oh yes, and the New Brunswick Breeders, Standardbred Breeders Owners Association membership is also due at time of nomination, but that has to be mailed to the NBSBOA at 57 Highland View Road in Moncton, New Brunswick, and it's E1A2L1. I also have a phone number for Jeff Lewis, and he's on, you can find that information online under that stake. The ID technician, as Barb already mentioned, is Stephen McLeod. He starts on May the 1st. Please contact him for an appointment, and the phone number for Stephen is 902-897-5156. Please have your horse, your foal, your yearling in the barn with a halter on, and someone has to be there to help them. Don't make an appointment and hope to rush home at lunchtime, catch the foal and get it in, because there's lots of times people can't catch the foal. So if you have an appointment booked, you probably should put the foal in the day before, or the yearling. And you cannot get in the Atlantic Classic sale without the microchipping done. So best to do it as soon as possible, and they can be done as early as 12 days old. The younger they are, the easier they are, I'm told. I don't have experience with it, but foal registrations, again, Barb touched on that. Fees for registering your foals before it's 4 months old are better value than after that age. Please send your fees and applications, even if the microchipping and mating certificates are not completed. Foal registration deadline is December 31st of the year foaling. Application for registration fees and mating certificates are to be received by Standardbred Canada prior to that deadline. So people will send in an application, and a week later they'll call me, can you check and see if I got that name that I sent in? Well, if your horse isn't microchipped, I'm not going to be able to see it. And if you haven't paid your stud fee, therefore the stallion owner hasn't sent in the mating certificate yet, you're not going to get a name. So all those things have to be in before the name shows up. And if you're looking on Trackit each week for your foal's name, that's why it's not there. Then if you know all those things are done and it's still not there, then you can call Barb. And she will get to the bottom of it and find you, find out where the information went to, or get your name. Maybe the name is already used and she's about to email you and say, those names are, I need another name. I think she has a list that she's going to be contacting in the next little while with a bunch of mares that, you know, it's not complete yet. So she's going to be calling people if there's something not complete, and you guys can work it out and get your foals named. So the contacts, full registration is Barb Wilson, stakes is Amelia, memberships and licensing and track it is Linda Henry, eligibility fees, Val Boom and Liz Marchand. It's already all been on here, and I am your local representative. And yeah, question and answers. Anybody? For
One sec, Blaine.
for you.
So if the foal owner has all the paperwork in but hasn't paid the stud fee and it's after December 31st?
What happens?
Yeah, like if he pays you in January, February, March, April, May.
You can hold that. There's a couple of different ways it can be done. If they've given you a partial payment, the stallion owner can send it in to be held. So we hold on to it until the rest of it, before December 31st. So it's held until the rest of the stud fee's paid. Then we enter it in the system as December 31st paid, and the foal gets registered. Not everyone wants to give that benefit to the mare owners if they've been burned before. So you hold on to it until you're paid. I will probably be contacting you. I contact the mare owner and the stallion owners to say, is there a problem? What it's been paid or hasn't been paid, or sometimes they're on shares and they have to tell the shareholder to tell the stallion owner they've been paid and send a mating certificate. But generally the mare owner will be, there'll be an extra fee to pay for not having that mating certificate in by the end of the year.
Okay, so the horse still can be registered?
The horse will not be registered until that's taken care of.
Yeah, but it still, if he paid in February and then the stallion owner puts in the mating certificate, can the horse still be registered?
Yes, it can, but there is an extra fee for having that late charge to the mare owner for being late paying you your stud fee.
Yep, that's fine.
That's what we...
Anybody else?
I'm much better at this on the phone. I just realized that.
I see somebody. Yeah, just heading down there.
If you're paying your stake payments with a credit card,
yes,
can you pay your Atlantic Stars membership?
Yeah, you can pay all that. There's an extra fee charge. There's a 3% charge on the credit card for that use. But yes, you can pay it all at one time. If you're on the phone with Amelia, she'll take it all from you on the phone.
Okay.
Anybody else? Think we're good?
Okay, Peter? Nope. I just have a few, I noted a couple of topics for discussion. Speaking to the mic. Okay, sorry. I have noted a couple of topics for discussion, and it's not really on the breeder, but I think it's a good time to bring it up. And my first question is, who is responsible to educate new owners? Because for the example I gave where the gentleman came in, okay, I paid a third of this horse. The other two guys are on the program and I'm not. How come? So personally, I think trainers are responsible. I also think the partners who sold you the share of the horse should educate that new owner. First thing you need to do is go and see Joy or go online, call Standardbred Canada, get a membership. Then we have to transfer the horse and add you on. But I just wanted to bring it up. I was hoping there may be more trainers here. I don't know whose responsibility it is, but it's very important. And I would like to to suggest that you ask them, any new owners that approach you, how do I get in, or who do I contact, or what do I do? I would suggest that you ask them to go on the Standardbred Canada website under the Help tab. Under the Help tab is a little section that has buying a Standardbred. To me, it's a must-read. It's a very important, helpful article that explains most things anyone is interested in getting into harness racing should think about. It will help you understand, how do I get started? Should I ask a trainer? About the sales catalog and at the sale, etc., etc. Also, there is a booklet. It's a 32-page booklet on the website. It's very in-depth, and it covers everything from trainers' contracts to things that most don't do here, but it's very, very helpful. And it'll make you think about selecting a trainer. Who should I get involved with? What should I do to know who to go to? Because trainer's very important. So if you go on, again, under the Help tab, there's a booklet called The Winner's Circle. And if you scroll through it, there's nice pictures, there's a table of contents, and it tells you everything there is to know about harness racing, how to get involved, how to pick a trainer. Should I have a trainer before I go to the sale, or do I go and buy a horse and then worry about where am I going to put him? I've given that booklet out, I've printed it and given it out to a few people, and I just think anybody asks you that's never been involved, point them to that article. It's an excellent article. New owners, just needing a number and needing to transfer the horse. And then the last thing that my topic of discussion is back to transfers. Transfers is number one. I have guys that bought a mare 2 years ago. They come to me with a full application. So I go to the computer and I look up the mare. First of all, it's owned by some guy in Kentucky. You're registering a foal. You've had the mare for 2 years, and you want to be the breeder. So now the only way to do that is to backdate the transfer. Well, it's going to cost you $296.79 to backdate that transfer to before the mare was bred. So the importance of getting a transfer done, right now it costs you $49. So, and it's best when it's in your mind, I've got a new mare, or I have a mare that was supposed to foal and she's barren. Let's get that form in. Things like that make it so much easier. Same with any trainers that geld their colts. Try and get that in, that sex change form into me, or if I get a new Coggins from a veterinarian, it'll be on there gelded and I'll enter it then. But best to do that information when you have that operation done, because if it doesn't race as a 2-year-old and then it's 3-year-old and then, oh, what vet did that horse and when and so on, I need that information. So just keep on top of your information, because I've had 2 incidents. One where a gentleman went to Sydney and it said his horse was a horse, a stallion, and when he got there it was gelded and they weren't going to let him start in that stake. And I had another incident where we had a horse come up with a positive test, and because of the wrong sex, and it was just the testosterone levels are different in a gelding and a stallion, and therefore the test results, they're looking at it as this is a stallion or this is a gelding, and it didn't match. So it became a whole trail. They had to get the judges and the vets to go out to the farm and check on the horse, and just a lot of extra work. So the sex change form is very important as well. And I think that's everything I have. Now, does anyone have any more questions?
we on? We are on. A question, I know Joy and I discussed this. Question for Lee Drake, being as he's the Standardbred Canada rep. This past year, my granddaughter, who likes horses, wants to come to the races with me, comes to the barn with me, wanted to own a horse. Well, I put the horse I currently own in her name, but she's 8 years old, charged full price for membership, and another $40 for me because she's underage. If I'm going to pay a whole lot extra and she can't have any say or do anything, why does she have to pay full membership? And if she's paying full membership, why am I paying another $40 so she can be a member? And I know you can't make that decision today, but it's Standardbred Canada could be a little more lenient in that if people are underage, has to have somebody sign for them or say for them. They shouldn't be charging them full membership. Any reply, Lee?
Thank you, Fred. All I can say is, yes, that's being discussed, and it has been brought forward by Joy as well, who actually put some options that we're going to go through. So at this point, that's being looked at, and all membership fees and youth being involved and all those kind of transactions will be reviewed.
Anybody else?
There's one over there, Peter.
Hi, I was just wondering when you're transferring a horse, or even, I guess, getting the membership set up for people, if you sold a horse fractionally, is there a minimum number of shares a person has to hold, or are they, like, do they have to have a membership? How does that work? Like, so if you've got a number of...
You want to talk on that one a little bit? You know more about the fractional stuff.
Well, not in. Everyone has to be licensed on all these stables with the various 10, 12. I don't know if there's a minimum. I don't do membership that often. So, but they are all licensed. Like if you look up the stable, any of the stable, all the members are listed. They're all licensed with the provincial commissions. They're licensed with Standardbred Canada.
So if they only own like one chair, they still have to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
If they don't put their name onto the stable, then technically they're not an owner. If there was ever a dispute or something happened that they wanted to sell the horse and you didn't want to sell the horse and so on, you would have no say if you're not listed in the stable.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Okay. Yes, the stake nomination forms are mailed to the first owner listed on your horse. So if there's 4 people on the horse, hopefully the person that you put first is the person that opens their mail every day and that will do the paperwork and get the stake nominations in. I know everyone's got their 3-year-olds and probably most have them already sent back. The 2-year-old nomination forms, I don't know, has anyone received any yet? I would think, yeah, they're probably going out after they receive after the February 15th deadline. So before the 1st of March or on the 1st of March, you should already have them. Don't sit and wait until you get them. If you happen to not get them, please contact Amelia at Standardbred Canada and she can email it to you, or you can do it over the phone with her, whatever. Don't wait if it doesn't come because you'll miss the deadline, which is the 15th of March. Okay? Perfect.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joy and Barb, and on behalf of the Breeders Association, just a token of our appreciation for you taking your time to put the presentation together and taking some of your Saturday.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joy.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Barb. And welcome, Barb, to PEI, and we promise not to haggle your husband too much.
We're getting to the back end of the day, and I know we are running a little bit behind, but that's good. We're getting lots of information out, and at this time, I'll just ask, before we finish up for the day, the chair of the Industry Association, Blaine McPherson, just going to say a few words on, joining of the Federation of Agriculture, and maybe you're going to get into the Atlantic equine briefly or not? Not today. Okay, so Blaine, you got 2 minutes or less.
Just wanted to mention that I was at the annual meeting of the PEI Federation of Agriculture a couple of weeks ago and talked to the Ronnie Maynard, who's the outgoing chair, and Donnie Killorn, who's the executive director, and I thought the standardbred breeder should be a member of the Federation of Agriculture. So I asked them how would the breeders become a member, and they honestly had no idea, because no commodity group has gone into there for many years because they are already there. For example, the potato board is there, and the milk marketing board, and the Cattlemen's Association, but the fur breeders are there, the sheep breeders are there. You know, almost anything to do with agriculture is in the Federation of Agriculture, but the standardbred horse breeders should be a member. So at our board meeting on Wednesday night, and nothing's compulsory, you don't have to be a member if you don't want to be, but there is a fee of approximately $150 if you make if you take in 100,000 or less, and it's higher depending on the amount of money your firm takes in. But there are, then I was at the soil and crop meetings on, there's so many meetings, I think it was on Wednesday, and I talked they had a booth there, the Federation, and I talked to a girl there on some of the benefits, and if you have a pasture, for example, and you want to put new seeding in your pasture, they would help you with the seed to go in that pasture, or if you want to segregate your pasture into different sections, they'd help you with the purchase of the fencing to do that, or in this day and age, everything's great if it has something to do with the environment. So if you're wanting to put a solar fencer up or something like that, they would help you with that. But there's many, many different things. Like Bruce would be a member because he's a dairyman. I'm a member, of course, because I grow potatoes. But I just think this just was my own endeavor, I guess. I just think the standardbred breeders, we have 225 breeders on PEI. We have 400 mares. It's a good news story for PEI. I know I probably have 6 or 7 foals out in the pasture and probably have 100 cars stopped to look at the foals. But when my potato sprayer goes down the road, there's nobody taking pictures of that. I hope they're not taking pictures of that anyway. But it's a good news story. The pastures and the mares and the foals, and I just think it would be proper for us to be a member of that organization. So anyway, I emailed Donald Killorn, and he is the executive director, like I said, and I know many of the members of that board, and I talked to the executive last week, and so they're going to meet on it. I'm 99.9% sure they'll accept us because they like to get some money out of any organization. But there is advantages for us to be a member, and Julie and I went to a conference that Linda McSwain was hosting, and we were breaking up into many different groups, and there was the hog board and the dairy association, and there was the potato board, all these bigger organizations, but they really couldn't believe that the standardbred breeders in PEI were not a member of something. So I think we'd be welcomed into it, and I just think it's something that we are contributing quite a lot to the economy with hay and veterinarians and all the rest of it. So there's actually an application form. In fact, I just filled my own out for my own potato farm yesterday and send it in. But you can be a member of the National Farmers Union or the Federation of Agriculture. That's what the form will say, but you know, most of the people are in the Federation. Anyway, there's some perks to having it. At least we'd be recognized as an organization rather than everybody just flying by the seat of their pants. So I think you're better off within an organization. So anyway, so when I get more information on it, and we do get accepted as a group, then I'll have Julie probably put the forms on our website, and you can print them off, fill them out, send the money in, and you'll be a member. So anyway, that's just my spiel for 2 seconds. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Blaine, and thanks for your work for that. I think there's, you know, it's something to always be looking at, and there's programs available like the Growing Forward program, and Linda McSwain is in charge of a lot of that underneath the Department of Agriculture. And you never know. I think right now we are eligible to, you know, to a lot of those programs, but I think you'll benefit a lot more if you were underneath the umbrella of the Federation of Agriculture, and to make sure that we get those news releases and things like that, and the program outlines will become to us, be on their email list, and I think there's a lot of benefits for the small numeteria fee that it costs, and there's a lot of information there and a lot of support, and there's discounts at Mark's Work Warehouse, or you know, could be health plans and things like that that are fall underneath the Federation. Anyway, that concludes our weekend, our Friday night and Saturday. Thank you all for coming. Thanks for the people that tuned in online. We sorry for being a little bit tardy on the schedule, but that's usually the way schedules go. Please stay. We're going to have a very brief Standardbred Breeders Association annual meeting. The purpose of the meeting is really just to elect our new officers. It'll only take about 10 to 15 minutes at tops. There's a very minimal agenda to that, so those of you that can stay for that, please do so. And thanks again for everybody that came, and a special thank you again to Julie Jameson, Peter McPhee, and Ken Oakes. They were a great help in putting this weekend together. So let's show our appreciation to Julie and Peter and Ken. Thanks, everyone. Safe drive home. And the meeting will commence in about 3 minutes.